When Dark Souls III opens, the world is already old beyond reckoning. The first flame, once blazing with divine authority, has dwindled to a fragile ember trembling on the edge of extinction. Gwyn's sacrifice millennia ago had prolonged the age of fire, yet that gift carried its curse. Each time the flame waned, some champion rose to rekindle it, binding their soul to the pyre and beginning the cycle anew. The unkindled who stirs in the cemetery of ash awakens not to dawn, but to twilight. A world where fire is no longer salvation, merely memory. The bell tolls not for heroes, but for remnants, calling the Lords of Cinder back to their thrones. Each of them had once linked the fire and abandoned it, leaving their ashen thrones empty, their duty undone. To understand what this world has become, we must remember what it was. The first flame birthed disparity, light and dark, life and death, warmth and cold. From it rose the Lords, Gwyn with his lightning, Nito with his death, Izalith with her chaotic flame, and the furtive pygmy with his dark soul. That first act of separation defined existence itself, yet in that same moment was planted the seed of decay. Fire's brilliance demanded fuel, and its life ensured its own ending. Every age since has been a slow-burning echo of that primal blaze. When the flame brightens, life flourishes. When it dims, the shadows lengthen, and humanity remembers what it was before the gods' dominion. In the ashen lands of Lothric, everything bears the mark of exhaustion. Castles collapse into fog-shrouded valleys. Dragons turn to stone upon their perches. Even the gods have fled or turned hollow. The unkindled rises amid this entropy, nameless and forgotten, drawn by a purpose older than thought. The fire beckons, not with promise, but with compulsion. For those touched by the dark sign, death is not an end, but a summons, and each resurrection carries them closer to the kiln where all cycles converge. The thrones in Firelink Shrine stand as monuments to repetition. Once they bore the honoured dead, now they wait for ashes to return. Each Lord of Cinder embodies a different answer to the flame's demand. Aldrich, who consumed gods and dreamed of the deep sea. Yorm, who burned for his people and regretted it. The Abyss Watchers, bound by blood to endless war against themselves, and Prince Lothric, heir who refused his duty. Their stories are variations on a single theme, the cost of perpetuating a dying order. The unkindled's task is not merely to slay them, but to gather their ashes, to make of their endings a new beginning. Yet even as we perform this ritual of reclamation, doubt grows. If each linking only postpones the inevitable, what meaning remains in sacrifice? This question lingers in every ruin we cross. The high wall of Lothric stretches like a fossil of ambition, its towers built to reach a sun that no longer shines. Within its halls, hollow knights patrol out of habit rather than will, their armour clattering in the wind like memories refusing to fade. Beneath them, the firekeeper tends the dying flame, her eyes bandaged to shield her from the light she protects. Her blindness is symbolic. The flame's preservation requires ignorance of what lies beyond it. Yet, even she speaks of possibilities that frighten the gods. An age where fire fades and darkness becomes the cradle of humanity. As the unkindled gathers souls and kindles bonfires across the fractured kingdoms, the player partakes in a ritual older than reason. Every ember lit is a small defiance against the void, yet each one also hastens the world's exhaustion. In the design of this universe, resistance and compliance are the same act. To fight the fading is to feed it. This paradox sits at the heart of Dark Souls III's melancholy. The world does not end in battle, but in repetition. Ash returns to ash, flame to dark, and memory to silence. The Firelink Shrine itself is a reflection of this cycle. It stands outside of normal time, a nexus where eras overlap. The throne's inscriptions name the Lords of Cinder not as saviors, but as failures who must be reclaimed. Their return is unnatural, necromantic, a reminder that even glory can be resurrected only as parody. When the unkindled returns their ashes to the thrones, the Firekeeper murmurs prayers not of triumph but of mourning. In her quiet devotion lies the game's central sorrow. Faith persists even when its object is gone. The journey through Lothric is thus both pilgrimage and autopsy. We wander through the remains of an age that cannot admit its death. The gods are absent, their miracles hollow echoes, their temples populated by those who mistake dust for divinity. Yet amid this decay glimmers a strange beauty, the way sunlight filters through the clouds, the way a solitary ember glows against the dark. It is as if the world itself remembers the idea of hope, even as it forgets the reason for it. Philosophically, this opening act asks a question that reaches beyond the fiction. When a purpose has been repeated so many times that it loses meaning, does the act itself still possess sanctity? The unkindled does not know why they fight, only that they must. In this ignorance lies both tragedy and freedom. To act without reason may be folly, but to refuse action in a dying world is a quieter kind of despair. As we approach the gates of Lothric Castle and feel the tremor of ancient dragons in the air, the line between duty and futility begins to blur. The fire still burns, but only barely. Its warmth is no longer salvation, it is memory pretending to be light. And so we step forward, guided not by faith, but by the faint glow of something that once mattered, wondering whether the act of rekindling can ever bring renewal, or if it merely ensures that the world will forget how to rest. In the silence that follows each slain lord's fall, the unkindled stands among their ashes and hears only the crackle of dying flame. It sounds almost like breathing, the last shallow breaths of a cosmos too proud to die. And somewhere beyond the fog, the kiln waits, patient as eternity. Perhaps in the flicker of that waiting fire, the truth is already written, that to light the flame again is not to save the world, but to remember how it ends. The bell that calls the Lords of Cinder from their graves is not a cry of hope, but a dirge. It resounds through the hollow lands like the echo of an ancient promise, one that has long lost its meaning. In this world, every lord who once linked the flame has abandoned their throne, each retreating into isolation, hunger, or madness. The ritual meant to preserve life has become a chain that binds souls to an endless return. To understand why they refuse their duty, we must look closely at the broken figures who once bore the title of savior, for in their stories lies the exhaustion of the Age of Fire itself. Aldrich, Saint of the Deep, was once a cleric who consumed men. His hunger began as ritual, devouring the flesh of his enemies to gain strength, but it grew into a divine obsession. When he linked the fire, his body melted into black sludge, his mind twisted by visions of the deep sea, a place where light could no longer reach. What he saw there changed him. The flame he had sustained revealed to him the futility of all light, and in its place he dreamed of drowning the world in darkness so absolute it would end all suffering. In his cathedral, his followers now feed him offerings of flesh, believing that through consumption he will absorb the world into blissful stillness. Yet even in his gluttonous sleep, Aldrich dreams of gods, not men. He devours Gwyndolin, the last son of the Old Lord, as though by swallowing divinity he might erase its tyranny. Yhorm the Giant burns for a different reason. Once a benevolent ruler of the profaned capital, he gave his people fire as a gift, an act of love that turned to horror when that same flame destroyed them. Racked with guilt, Yhorm sought redemption by linking the fire himself, offering his massive frame as fuel. But sacrifice did not absolve him. It repeated the very cycle he sought to escape. When he rises once more from his ash, his eyes glow with grief rather than rage. He does not fight for dominance, but for release. The sword that once served as his oath lies useless at his feet, awaiting the friend who will deliver him peace. The Abyss Watchers embody another tragedy, the endless war between duty and corruption. They are legion, yet one, bound by the blood of Farron and the will of Artorias, the knight who once resisted the Abyss. Their covenant is to hunt the darkness that spreads from within mankind, but in their zeal, they turn upon themselves. The abyss they fight is not merely an external plague, it is mirrored in their own hearts. When the unkindled encounters them, they are already lost in ritual combat, locked in an eternal cycle of killing and resurrection. To slay one watcher is to invite another to rise. Their shared soul burns so fiercely with loyalty that it devours them from within. When the ashes settle, their leader bows as if in gratitude, acknowledging the futility of their own guardianship. Then there is Lothric, the last hope of the royal bloodline. Born weak, he was groomed from infancy to fulfill the ancient duty, to link the fire when the time came. The kingdom built around his cradle, its towers, its knights, its scholars, existed for one purpose only, to preserve the fire through him. But Lothric saw what the others would not. He studied the old prophecies, the histories written in ash, and realized that every link of the fire demanded another death. In him, the divine cycle found its first conscious rejection. Rather than offer himself to the flames, he refused, choosing instead to let the fire die. His brother, Lorien, a knight of unmatched valor, shared his despair and swore to protect him, even in failure. Together, they sealed themselves within their tower, waiting not for salvation, but for the end. Each of these lords represents a different response to the collapse of faith. Aldrich sought escape through devouring, Yhorm through penance, the Watchers through ritual, and Lothric through refusal. Their choices form a pattern, a slow unraveling of the belief that the flame is worth saving. The unkindled, tasked with bringing them back, becomes both judge and executioner of this fading theology. By gathering their ashes, the player does not merely reclaim power, they inherit the burden of every broken vow. The fire's demand for sacrifice has hollowed even its champions, leaving behind only cinders that whisper of old promises. In the ruins of the Cathedral of the Deep, we walk among Aldrich's worshippers, their bodies bent and swollen by the blessing of his hunger. The pools of sludge that line the floor shimmer like oil, reflecting candlelight in sickly hues. Each flame flickers, mirrored in the black water, as if the world itself were burning from within. The priests chant prayers that dissolve into gurgles, their faith transformed into instinct. When Aldrich rises, his form is no longer human, nor divine, but a grotesque harmony of both, an ocean pretending to be flesh. To defeat him is to end his dream of the deep, yet his vision lingers. Even in death, his body seeps into the soil, suggesting that perhaps the deep is not a place but an inevitability, the sea of oblivion waiting beneath all fires. Yhorm's chamber tells a quieter story. The air shimmers with heat, and the ground is blackened with the ashes of his city. The giant kneels upon his throne, motionless until approached. He does not speak, yet there is sorrow in his stillness, a resignation more eloquent than any plea. To defeat him, one must wield the Storm Ruler, the same weapon once entrusted to his friend Sigurd, meant not as a tool of murder, but of mercy. Each gust of wind that tears through the chamber carries the weight of their promise. When Yhorm falls, the flame that consumes him is not one of wrath, but release. His death feels less like victory than closure, as though a long-held breath has finally been exhaled. In Farron Keep, the Abyss Watchers fight beneath a crimson sky, their bodies littering the swamp like discarded armor. The fire that burns within their fortress is fueled by their own blood, each drop feeding the flame that binds them together. As we confront their leader, we see the futility of their crusade, to purge the abyss by killing themselves endlessly. When their shared soul ignites, it manifests as a second warrior, born of flame, a symbol of how even in self-destruction, the fire continues to consume. The victory here is Pyrrhic. The Abyss Watchers are freed, but the abyss itself remains, unbothered by the loyalty of its hunters. Lothric and Lorien's battle is both tender and tragic. When we enter their chamber, the elder brother stands guard before the frail prince, his once golden armor darkened by ash. Lorien moves with agonized grace, each swing of his sword dragging pain through the air. When he falls, Lothric crawls to his side, trying to revive him through the remnants of his own soul. They rise together, bound by love that defies reason. Their dialogue, Lothric whispering of how he wished to watch the world burn out, is not defiance born of arrogance, but of weary understanding. In their refusal to link the fire, they embody the first act of human rebellion against divine duty. The player, by gathering their ashes, participates in an ancient paradox. To awaken the Lords is to force them back into the very fate they rejected. The thrones in Firelink Shrine are not seats of honor. They are coffins awaiting closure. When each Lord's cinders are returned, the Firekeeper's voice trembles, reciting the old formula, "Ashen One, bring me souls, for they are the essence of life." Yet every soul she gathers is stolen from death's rightful peace. What we perform in this ritual of restoration is not renewal, but desecration, turning the dead into fuel for a fire that has already burned too long. And yet, through this desecration, a strange mercy emerges. Each fallen lord finds rest only through defeat. The unkindled's blade, though stained with ash, becomes the instrument of absolution. In a world where gods no longer answer and thrones crumble beneath their own weight, the act of ending becomes the only form of kindness left. This is the paradox that defines Dark Souls III. Destruction as deliverance, failure as faith. When all ashes are gathered and the thrones burn once more, Firelink Shrine fills with a faint light, the reflection of the first flame rekindling its call. The unkindled stands at the threshold of the kiln, the air shimmering with memory. The Lord's voices seem to whisper through the embers. "We have burned so you may choose." It is in that choice that the story begins to turn inward. For the true question is not whether the fire will fade. It always does. But whether, in fading, it reveals what was hidden beneath its light. As the path to the kiln opens, and the sky above Lothric splits into layers of grey and gold, we sense that what awaits is not a triumph, but a reckoning. The lords who refused the flame were not cowards. They were prophets of exhaustion, heralds of a truth the gods dared not speak. And so, carrying their ashes, we walk toward the place where fire was born and will die, uncertain whether we come to save the world or to witness its final confession. The embers crackle underfoot, whispering of endings yet to come. And in that soft sound lies the heart of the next chapter, the confrontation with the first flame itself. The path to the kiln begins not with glory, but with silence. After the thrones have been filled and the Lord's ashes returned, Firelink Shrine hums with the faint sound of power stirring beneath stone. The Firekeeper's voice, once calm and distant, now carries a note of melancholy anticipation. "The 5 thrones will take thee to the first flame," she murmurs, as if warning rather than guiding. It is here, within this sanctuary of ash, that the unkindled faces the oldest of choices: to link the fire and preserve the fading light, or to let it die and embrace the dark. Yet before that decision can be made, one must walk through a world that has already begun to unravel. Lothric has collapsed into itself. The lands that once stood apart now fold together like overlapping dreams. Castles merge with ruins. Mountains pierce the horizon, only to dissolve into mist, and the sun itself burns as a crimson wound in the sky. Time no longer moves forward. It circles, repeating moments of grandeur and ruin until both blur into the same grey eternity. The scholars call this the convergence, a final gathering of ages at the edge of the world. It is as if all of history, unwilling to vanish, has coalesced around the dying flame, hoping to be remembered one last time before the dark consumes it. As the unkindled departs the shrine, the path winds through the desolate streets of the Grand Archives, where the air hums with whispers of knowledge long forbidden. Here, dusty tomes glow faintly in the dark, their pages written in languages that no living scholar can still decipher. The candles that line the marble halls burn with pale, unnatural light, the residue of souls once sacrificed to the pursuit of truth. At the center of the archives sits a crystal sage, his body twisted by the very wisdom he sought to master. He guards the final gate to the royal brothers, as though protecting their refusal from the rest of the world. When he falls, the silence he leaves behind feels sacred, as though a secret has finally been permitted to die. Beyond the archives lies the Bridge of Dragons, scorched and shattered. It was once a path of pilgrimage, but now it stands as an ossuary, littered with the bones of gods and beasts alike. The wind that rushes through it carries the smell of ash and ocean salt, the scent of endings. In the distance, the kiln glows faintly, not like a flame, but like an ember smouldering within dying coals. As we draw nearer, the boundaries of the world begin to distort. The earth beneath our feet becomes glassy, half-formed, reflecting the sky as though the heavens themselves have turned inward. It is said that the kiln rests where the world began, and so it is fitting that it should also be where it ends. The pilgrim butterflies, grotesque and beautiful, flutter across the battlefield of Lothric's last defenders. They were once priests of the sunlight faith, now transformed into luminous husks by their devotion to the fading god. Their wings shed embers instead of dust, their cries echoing with fragments of prayer. Beneath them, the knights of Lothric still stand guard, though their eyes are hollow, and their purpose long forgotten. To reach the kiln, one must walk through them, not as an enemy, but as a witness to what faith becomes when its object dies. Each step toward the kiln feels less like travel, and more like descent into memory. The air thickens with heat and sorrow. The ground glows with faint veins of fire that pulse in rhythm with an unseen heart. The flame, even in its weakness, exerts a gravitational pull. Souls feel it before bodies do, a yearning not for warmth, but for closure. The unkindled, whose purpose has been to restore order, begins to sense that what lies ahead is not restoration, but reckoning. The flame will not be kind. It never was. When the kiln of the first flame comes into view, it is not a place of light, but of twilight. Its ash-covered plains stretch endlessly, forming dunes that ripple like frozen waves. The architecture, if it can still be called that, resembles the bones of a dead god. Arched ribs of stone that jut toward a pale, dying sun. The horizon curves inward, as if the world itself is folding under its own weight. Here, the concept of direction loses meaning. Every path leads back to the same point. Every horizon bleeds into the same horizon. The kiln is not a location. It is an event, the still point around which all of existence has revolved since time began. The unkindled steps into that silence, and the world itself seems to hold its breath. The ghosts of the past linger at the edge of vision. Figures of firelinkers long gone, their forms flickering like candle flames in the wind. They reach toward the unkindled, not in greeting, but in warning. Each of them once stood here, faced this same decision, and chose to burn. Their whispers do not condemn, but they carry the weight of knowledge, the realization that linking the flame grants no redemption, only continuation. Yet still, the ritual persists, as though the will of the flame transcends understanding. At the heart of the kiln waits the soul of Cinder. It is not one being, but all who have ever linked the fire. Its form shifts and changes, flickering between countless memories of warriors and sorcerers, clerics and pyromancers. It fights with every style that ever sought the flame's favor. To battle it is to fight the sum of history itself, a dance of all who ever believed that sacrifice could save the world. Each blow we trade with it feels like the echo of an old prayer, each dodge an act of quiet rebellion against fate. And when it kneels, its body dissolving into sparks, the silence that follows is almost unbearable. The unkindled stands before the dying first flame, the heat of its breathless light washing over their ashen skin. It flickers weakly, no longer a blaze, but a memory of one. The firekeeper's voice echoes faintly in the mind. Ashen. One. Bring me the flame. The moment stretches into eternity. Here, at the end of all ages, the player faces the purest form of the Dark Soul's question. Will you continue the cycle, or will you let it end? If the unkindled kneels and offers themselves, the world will be bathed once more in fire. The sun will rise, the gods will stir, and life will begin anew. But that renewal carries a price, the inevitable repetition of decay. The flame's rebirth ensures its death. The choice to link is the choice to perpetuate. The alternative, to let the fire fade, promises an age of dark, not evil, but unknown. In that darkness, humanity may finally find its own nature, free from the god's shadow. Yet even this ending is uncertain, for the dark may harbour its own cycles, its own hungers. The player may also summon the firekeeper to perform the ritual of extinguishment. In her hands, the first flame is cradled like an infant. She murmurs words of release, and the light dims until only the faintest glow remains. The world falls into shadow, but it is not death that follows, only quiet. In this darkness, we sense a gentler kind of eternity, the firekeeper's final whisper. Let them fade into the dark, where flame was born, suggests not despair, but peace. For the first time in ages, the fire rests. And yet, there is another possibility, one hidden and forbidden. In the shadows of Firelink, the pilgrims of Londor whisper of a different destiny, the usurpation of fire, the seizing of the flame not to preserve or extinguish, but to claim it as humanity's own. This path, though not yet revealed, begins here at the kiln, where the unkindled stands before the dying heart of creation. The choice will not be made in words, but in spirit. Whether one burns, fades, or conquers, all choices lead to the same truth. The flame belongs to none. As the embers drift upward, carried by a wind older than time, the unkindled gazes into the last light and sees within it not salvation, but reflection. The fire burns because it must, and so do we. The age that follows will bear our shape, whatever that may be. But for now, The kiln remains silent, waiting for the next act, for the linking, the fading, or the theft of light itself. The ashes stir, and the world holds its breath. The first flame flickers once, as though remembering every life it ever touched. Then, with a sound softer than a sigh, it asks the oldest question in existence. Will you light me again? When the unkindled kneels before the first flame, all sound fades, but the low murmur of fire, breathing its final breaths. The wind that once howled through the kiln now circles the ashen figure in reverent silence, as if bearing witness to a rite that has been performed since time's first dawn. The flame shivers, hungry, fragile, alive. Its glow reaches out like a dying god's final gesture of mercy. To link the fire is not a simple act of rekindling. It is the surrender of the self to a cycle that has already consumed countless souls. This is the choice that defines the age of fire, a choice built upon devotion, deception, and despair. In the beginning, Gwyn himself stood where the unkindled stands now. He, the Lord of Sunlight, the first to bear the flame's burden, sacrificed his soul to sustain it. His kin and their followers called his act divine, but its consequence was the curse of the undead, a mark that bound men to endless death and resurrection. For every moment the flame brightened, humanity paid a price. Yet in the eyes of the gods, the preservation of light justified any torment. When the unkindled bows before that same pyre, they reenact not a triumph, but a tragedy disguised as salvation. As the body touches the flame, the world begins to dissolve. Fire spreads across the ground like veins of molten glass, threading through the cracks of reality. The unkindled's armor melts away, flesh blackens, then turns to ember. But within that agony lies an ecstasy older than memory. The fire consumes, but it also remembers. Every soul that has ever burned within it stirs, and for an instant, the unkindled feels them all. Gwyn's fierce devotion, the chosen undead's weary resolve, the bearer of the curse's silent endurance. Each one believed that by burning, they could buy time for life to continue. And so they did for a while. The scene unfolds not as rebirth, but as repetition. The fire flares, the sun rises, and the land breathes once more. Trees sprout from ash, cities reassemble themselves from ruin, and gods awaken to resume their endless watch. Yet beneath this apparent renewal lingers an unspoken truth. Nothing truly changes. The kingdoms that rise will again decay, their faith will again falter, and new heroes will again be summoned to this same pyre. The fire does not grant meaning. It simply erases the memory of despair long enough for life to begin the pattern anew. In this endless cycle lies the cruel genius of the flame. It offers hope, but only as a function of forgetfulness. When the unkindled becomes the next Lord of Cinder, their will is absorbed into the collective consciousness of all who burned before. They cease to be a person and become instead a memory, a component of the flame's eternal machine. This, perhaps, is what the soul of Cinder embodies. Not one being, but the residue of countless sacrifices bound together in eternal recurrence. Each new lord adds their ashes to the foundation of a god that has forgotten it ever died. The Firekeeper's role in this ritual is both sacred and tragic. She stands apart from flame, yet devoted to its preservation. Her blindness is not ignorance, but a choice, an acknowledgement that to see the flame's truth would shatter the heart. When she speaks her benediction, "May the flames guide thee," she is blessing an illusion she no longer believes. Yet she serves it still, because faith, once kindled, cannot easily be extinguished. The Firekeeper embodies the paradox of devotion to protect something that inevitably destroys those who love it most. Linking the fire is thus an act of submission, but also of mercy. The unkindled, in choosing to burn, spares others from the burden of choice. The kingdoms of man may persist for another age, their people ignorant of the ashes beneath their feet. Children will laugh beneath the sun, never knowing that its warmth is the product of someone else's annihilation. This ignorance is the true gift of fire, the peace of not remembering. And yet, one must wonder, how many times can a world be reborn before it forgets what it was? The landscapes of Dark Souls III bear scars of repetition. The high wall mirrors Anor Londo. The profaned capital echoes lost Izalith. The kiln itself has become an abstraction of all that came before. Every layer of history collapses into the next, indistinguishable from its predecessors. The age the unkindled sustains will eventually crumble into another pile of ash, indistinguishable from this one. To link the fire, then, is not to save the world, but to reset it, to wind the clock back to the beginning of its decay. This is the secret cruelty of the gods' design. They call the act linking, but what it truly means is binding. Binding humanity, binding time, binding the very concept of change. Each cycle ensures that the divine order remains intact, that the age of light continues just long enough for worship to persist. The flame feeds on devotion as much as on souls. Even now, when the unkindled burns, their sacrifice fuels the myth that fire must never die. It is a theology of stasis disguised as hope. Yet within this futility lies a faint glimmer of grace. The unkindled's decision is not made in ignorance. They know the cost. They have seen the hollowing of faith, the corpses of gods, the futility of empires. Still, they choose to burn. And in that choice, there is something profound. A defiance not against the dark, but against despair itself. To give oneself to the fire, knowing it will change nothing, is the ultimate act of compassion. It says, if the world must die, let it die a little later, so that others may still dream. When the flame engulfs the unkindled, completely, the screen of the world blazes white, and for a moment, all distinctions vanish. Light and dark, life and death, fire and ash. Then gradually, colour returns. The sun ascends, its rays scattering over newly born lands. Somewhere, a child opens their eyes to a dawn they will never question. The age of fire begins again, and the unkindled's memory fades into legend. But not all are content with this repetition. In the shadows of Firelink, others watch the flame rise and see not beauty, but imprisonment. The pilgrims of Londor whisper of another path, one where fire need not be fed, but claimed. To them, linking is weakness, a submission to gods who no longer exist. They dream of an age where men are not caretakers of divine flame, but masters of their own dark. The unkindled sacrifice, noble though it seems, only strengthens their resolve to seek liberation through the usurpation of fire. Thus, even as the world renews, dissent stirs beneath its surface. In Londor's ruins, the Sable Church gathers its followers, hollows who no longer fear the dark, but embrace it as truth. They speak of a different ending, one that does not destroy the flame, but steals it. Their agents wander the lands in secret, offering dark sigils to those who would renounce the gods. The act of linking has preserved the world, yes, but it has also preserved its defiance. And so, while the first flame blazes anew, the seeds of its undoing are already sown. The age of fire begins with beauty, but ends in shadow, and that shadow grows brighter with each return. The unkindled sacrifice, meant to bring peace, ensures only that the question will rise again. Is fire worth its cost? The flame crackles softly as the vision fades, leaving behind a single truth. The light that saves the world also binds it. The cycle will continue until someone dares not to feed it, but to claim it for their own. In the ashes of sacrifice, a new hunger awakens, and the fire trembles, aware that next time, the one who approaches may not kneel. When the unkindled chooses not to link the flame, the silence that follows is almost unbearable. The first flame flickers weakly, its glow reduced to embers struggling against the inevitable pull of darkness. The firekeeper kneels beside it, her hands trembling as she cradles the dying light like a child. This is not the fire's death, it is its release. The world does not end in explosion, but in exhalation. The brightness that once split the heavens begins to fold in on itself, drawing the last strands of gold from the sky until only shadow remains. And in that shadow, the true age of humanity begins. The act of extinguishing the flame has long been forbidden, but the firekeeper knows its meaning better than any. She whispers to the unkindled, "Let them fade into the dark where flame was born." Her words are both prayer and confession. For in the mythology of this world, fire and dark are not enemies. They are twins, born from the same source. When Gwyn first linked the flame, he disrupted that balance, trapping the world in an unnatural stasis of light. To let the fire fade is not to destroy creation, but to restore its rhythm, allowing night to follow day once more. As the first flame wanes, the boundaries of reality begin to dissolve. The kiln cools, its molten ground turning to obsidian glass. The ash that once filled the air settles quietly, and the sun shrinks into a pale ember on the horizon. From the mountains to the ruins, the world exhales, releasing the tension of millennia. The gods, whose power was bound to the flame, feel their strength unravel. Statues crumble, their once radiant visages reduced to stone dust. Divine light fades from the relics they left behind, and the miracles that once healed the sick now fizzle into harmless sparks. In this slow collapse lies a terrible beauty. The end of fire is not cataclysmic, it is serene. Oceans grow still, forests fall silent, and the air itself becomes heavy with peace. The firekeeper's voice echoes softly through the dark. "Ashen one, mayst thou thy peace discover." For the first time, the world is no longer defined by light's dominance or shadow's fear. It simply is, calm, balanced, and unbound. But the peace of darkness is not the same as comfort. As the flame fades completely, vision ceases. The last gleam vanishes from the firekeeper's hands, leaving only her voice. "Now, only embers remain," she whispers. "Let us return to the abyss and walk in the company of shadows." The listener, whether the unkindled or the audience, can feel the weight of those words. This is the end of the divine era, the final bow of gods who clung to immortality and the humans who once worshipped them. Yet even in this descent, there is a glimmer of possibility. In the dark, something new can take root. Philosophically, this ending embodies the acceptance of entropy. To refuse the flame is to reject illusion, to admit that all cycles must end. It is an act of humility in a universe built on arrogance. The gods created the age of fire to immortalize themselves, to freeze the world in eternal noon. But all light, by its nature, casts shadow. The hollows of Londor, who once dreamed of this moment, saw the end of fire not as apocalypse, but as justice, a return to the natural order. They believed that humanity, born from the dark soul, could only find truth in its own darkness. This ending fulfills that prophecy. The firekeeper, with quiet grace, ushers in an age without masters or miracles. Yet her role is not one of conquest. She does not seize the world, nor claim it for humanity. She simply lets it breathe. In this gesture lies the purest form of faith, not in gods, but in the world's ability to endure without them. However, there is another possible ending even within this darkness, one that reveals the fragility of peace. If the player attacks the Firekeeper after she extinguishes the flame, the darkness is shattered. The unkindled kills the last guardian of balance, and for a brief instant, the dying flame flares again, illuminating a single figure standing alone amid endless night. The act feels monstrous, yet it exposes a deeper truth. Even when offered peace, mankind's first instinct is to reclaim power. The fire cannot die while ambition survives. The Age of Dark may have begun, but its purity lasts only as long as humanity's restraint. In the lore of Dark Souls, the dark is not evil. It is potential, the fertile soil of existence from which all life once grew. The pygmies who first received the Dark Soul did not seek dominion. They simply existed in the quiet beneath the god's radiance. When the fire fades, the world returns to that state, where every soul carries its own light, faint but independent. It is a world without hierarchy, without divinity, and without false salvation. The flame's end is not humanity's fall, it is its awakening. And yet, this new age is not a promise of happiness. In the absence of fire, warmth, and guidance, humanity must face itself. The dark does not lie, it reflects. The hollows, long mocked and pitied, become the inheritors of the world, their emptiness a mirror of the cosmos. Perhaps this is what the Firekeeper means by peace, not bliss, but honesty. The end of fire reveals the world as it truly is, impermanent, imperfect, and free. The symbolism of this ending resonates beyond its fiction. In mythic terms, the extinction of the flame represents the death of faith itself, the moment when belief no longer sustains creation. Yet this death is necessary for rebirth. By relinquishing control, the world escapes the tyranny of divine order. The sun must set before a new dawn can form, though no one yet knows what that dawn will be. In this way, the end of fire is both conclusion and invitation, the pause between breaths that allows something unimaginable to emerge. Visually, this ending lingers. The Firekeeper stands amid endless night, the stars gone, the earth unseen. Her face turns toward the listener, though her blind eyes see nothing. "Ashen one," she says softly, "let us now rest." The flame lies dormant, awaiting the next call. Her words suggest that even this ending is not absolute. The dark does not erase fire, it hides it, keeping it safe until the world is ready once more. But somewhere far away, deep beneath the ruins of Lothric, others whisper of a darker ambition. To them, allowing the flame to fade is not enough. The flame must be seized, mastered, and rewritten in humanity's image. The hollows of Londor, led by their pale priests, speak of usurpation, the final act in which man does not extinguish the god's fire, but steals it. If the end of fire is resignation, the usurpation of fire is rebellion. It is the moment when humanity stops waiting for permission to inherit the world. Thus, as the screen fades to black and the Firekeeper's final whisper fades into silence, the story does not truly end. It only changes direction. The Age of Dark has begun, but whether it remains gentle or becomes something more terrible depends on what comes next. The darkness is fertile, and within it burns a new desire, a hunger not to end the cycle, but to control it. The world sleeps. The first flame lies dormant, its last spark hidden beneath centuries of ash. Yet within that quiet, a faint pulse remains, steady as a heartbeat. And somewhere, in the hollow realm of Londor, three sisters watch the horizon with eyes unblinded by faith. They do not weep for the death of fire. They smile knowing the age that follows will bear a different light, one born not of gods, but of man. In the deepest hour of the dying world, when the first flame sputters like a dying star and the gods have long fled their thrones, a new will rises, not divine, but human. The unkindled, once a nameless servant to the cycle, turns from the firekeeper's gentle hand and takes the flame for themselves. The act is blasphemy, an inversion of every age that came before. No longer does man kneel before the god's light. Instead, man steals it, and in doing so, becomes something greater and more terrible than any Lord of Cinder could ever be. This is the usurpation of fire, the final ending of Dark Souls III, and perhaps the truest reflection of its worlds-long descent into self-awareness. The path to this ending begins not at the kiln, but long before, in the crumbling alleys of Londor, the hollow realm. There, amid broken chapels and endless fog, the sable church tends to its congregation of lost souls. These are not worshippers in the old sense. They are seekers, hollowed by the curse of undeath, yet bound by a new faith that promises liberation through darkness. At their head stand the Sisters of Londor, Uria, Lillian, and the absent Alfreda, whose teachings carry the whisper of an ancient serpent. They claim to serve no god but humanity itself, and their creed is simple. The face of the hollow is the true face of man. It is through them that the unkindled learns of the forgotten path, the road to the hollow lord. Uria, ever poised between grace and manipulation, offers her guidance with the elegance of a priestess and the precision of a conspirator. She speaks softly of destiny, of the Lord of Hollows, who will usurp the first flame and usher in an age ruled by the children of dark. Her voice trembles with reverence, yet behind her courtesy lies a calculating mind. For Uria knows that this prophecy requires blood, specifically the union of dark sigils within a hollowed soul. To achieve it, the unkindled must surrender themselves to death repeatedly, receiving the dark blessing from Yoel of Londor, the humble pilgrim who kneels in Firelink's shrine. Each time Yoel draws out the unkindled's true strength, a sigil blooms upon their flesh, a mark of dark that feeds on death itself. With each resurrection, humanity's original sin resurfaces, and the line between man and hollow blurs. When Yoel dies, his task complete, Uria appears to take his place. She looks upon the unkindled not as a servant, but as a chosen heir. Our Lord and Liege, she calls them, her tone filled with devotion that borders on awe. Yet, even in her reverence, she tests their resolve. May the dark sigils guide thee, she whispers, a blessing and a warning intertwined. The path grows darker still. To complete the ritual, the unkindled must join with another soul, a union both sacred and profane. The pilgrim of Londor guides them to Henri of Astora, a kindred spirit who has suffered through the same curse, seeking meaning amid the collapse of all things. In the dim church of Yorshka, the ritual of usurpation takes the form of a twisted marriage. The pilgrim, cloaked in the guise of a corpse, prepares Henri for the ceremony. The unkindled approaches, holding a sword forged from darkness, the ceremonial blade that pierces the heart of the beloved, binding their essence to the hollow's will. The act is violent, but it is also symbolic. To usurp the flame, one must first absorb the light of another's soul. As Henri falls, the church bells toll, not for death, but for ascension. Uria greets the unkindled upon their return, her eyes glimmering through her veil. Ah, our lord and liege, the ceremony is complete. Our promise is fulfilled. Her tone carries both triumph and sorrow, as if she knows that this union, like all in the world of dark souls, is built upon sacrifice. Yet in her words lies genuine reverence. Long may the dark sigil guide thy soul. From this point forward, the unkindled is no longer merely an undead warrior. They are the vessel of humanity's collective will, the destined usurper of flame. By the time the unkindled reaches the kiln, they are changed. The dark sigils pulse beneath their skin like living embers, each one containing a fragment of the abyss. When they stand before the first flame, the fire no longer appears sacred, but frail, like an old king stripped of his crown. The firekeeper, unaware of what stirs within, speaks her familiar prayer. Ashen One, bring me the flame. Yet this time, the unkindled does not obey. They reach forward and take the fire into themselves, not as sacrifice, but as conquest. The flame recoils, sputters, and then bends, consumed by a power older than the gods who once ruled it. What follows is a silence deeper than death. The screen darkens, the firekeeper's voice falters, and from the void steps a figure wreathed in both light and shadow. The unkindled has become the Lord of Hollows, the living embodiment of the dark soul united with the flame. Their body glows not gold like Gwyn's, but a deep crimson black, as if night itself had learned to burn. The firekeeper kneels before them, her blind gaze turned upward. Our Lord and Liege, she whispers, echoing Uria's words. Around her, the remnants of the flame pulse faintly, reshaped into something new. The world that follows this usurpation is unlike any before it. The age of fire and the age of dark no longer exist as opposites. They merge, forming an equilibrium where humanity reigns supreme. The gods are gone, their thrones empty. The Hollows, once cursed and despised, now walk as citizens of a new dawn where darkness is not feared but worshipped as the source of all life. It is not an age of light nor of shadow, but of ownership, an era in which mankind no longer inherits the world but defines it. Yet beneath this triumph lies unease. The flame has been taken, not destroyed. Its hunger remains, now beating within the heart of a single ruler. The Lord of Hollows carries a burden greater than any god before them. The knowledge that power, once seized, demands to be fed. Whether this new age will be one of peace or tyranny depends on the nature of the one who claimed it. Humanity's dominion may free the world from the gods, but it also frees it from restraint. For the first time, creation belongs to something mortal. Thematically, the usurpation of fire represents the ultimate synthesis of Dark Souls philosophy. It is rebellion turned divine, entropy made law. The god's cycle of light and dark is replaced by humanity's own, born of will rather than fate. To link the fire was to serve, to let it fade was to surrender, but to usurp it is to ascend. It is an ending born of exhaustion and defiance, the culmination of every Hollow's dream, to be seen not as a broken remnant, but as the next stage of existence. In this ending's imagery, the flame itself transforms. No longer golden, it burns black, its light soft and internal, like the reflection of fire upon water. The world around it becomes still, eternal twilight, replacing both dawn and dusk. In this muted illumination, everything seems at peace, but that peace carries an undercurrent of dread. The human soul, having absorbed the god's power, has inherited their curse as well. The cycle may be broken, but its consequences remain. Uriah and her sisters of Londor stand as witnesses to this rebirth. In their devotion, they kneel before the new Lord, their mission fulfilled. Yet their smiles are tinged with melancholy, for even they know that the Hollow's victory is temporary. All ages, even those of man, are fleeting. But for this moment, this breath between eternities. The fire belongs to humanity. The new Lord stands upon the ashen plain, the faint glimmer of dark fire illuminating the ruins of the world. Behind them, the firekeeper's voice trembles. We are in thy debt, Lord of Hollows. Long mayest thou reign. Her words carry both reverence and resignation, for she senses what the listener also knows, that every victory in this world is bought with sorrow, and that power, once taken, burns as surely as it saves. As the final embers drift upward into the night sky, merging with the darkness rather than defying it, one realizes that this is not merely the end of gods, it is the end of endings. The flame, no longer a cycle to be served, has become the mirror of the human soul, proud, fragile, and infinite. Yet even this is not the final chapter, for beyond the reach of the new Hollow Lord's reign, far at the edges of reality where time itself bends and memory turns to dust, there lies another kingdom, a place built at the world's end, where all fire, all dark, and all stories converge into silence. It is the place where the ringed city sleeps, and where the true secret of the dark soul awaits. Long before the unkindled steps echoed through the kiln, before the flame was stolen or rekindled or allowed to rest, there existed a hidden land at the far edge of the world, a place where faith went to die and hope learned to whisper rather than sing. This was Londor, the Hollow Realm, the city of those who had surrendered their humanity, yet found, in that surrender, a different kind of freedom. It was not built upon soil, but upon the layered ashes of failed ages. Here, the wind carried no warmth. It murmured through the bones of the lost like a slow, unending prayer. And from that prayer a new faith arose, one that looked upon the death of fire not with terror, but with devotion. The founding of Londor begins in the wake of the gods' long retreat, when Gwyn's lineage scattered, and the Age of Fire began its decline. The curse of undeath spread unchecked across the lands of men. Empires fell, kingdoms withered, and every attempt to restore the flame only deepened humanity's despair. Yet in the shadows of this collapse, the truth began to reveal itself. The Hollows, those broken beings who had lost their souls and memories, did not die. They endured, silent and forgotten, surviving where gods could not. To many, this was a horror, but to a few, it was revelation. They saw in the Hollow's emptiness not a curse, but the truest expression of existence, life stripped bare of illusion. It was these few who would journey south, far beyond the civilized kingdoms, to the place where light no longer reached. There, in caverns that once fed on the dying embers of the first flame, they founded Londor. Its name, drawn from an ancient tongue, meant the land of hollows. It was less a city than a cathedral built from ruin, its towers crooked and blackened, its streets lined with silent pilgrims. The people who came here were not refugees seeking redemption. They were souls who had rejected it. They came to embrace their hollowing, to abandon the pursuit of humanity's restoration, and instead to worship the void that remained. At the heart of Londor rose the Sable Church, an institution unlike any other in the world. It did not preach salvation, but acceptance. It did not ask for penance, but for surrender. Its founders, the three sisters of Londor, each embodied one facet of this strange gospel. Alfreda, the eldest, led with compassion that turned to tragedy. Uria, the middle, ruled with intellect sharpened into manipulation. And Lillian, the youngest, served as chronicler and prophet, her words transforming despair into scripture. Together, they built a sanctuary for all whom the world of fire had abandoned. The doctrines of the Sable Church were simple, yet their implications profound. They taught that the hollow form was not corruption, but revelation. To hollow was to shed falsehood, the falsehood of self, of memory, of gods. When the skin of humanity peeled away, what remained was truth, the pure essence of existence unburdened by ego. In this theology, death was not punishment but purification, a cycle of decay through which one approached the divine emptiness of the abyss. To become hollow was to come home, yet even within this acceptance lay purpose. The Church's faithful believed that one day a true hollow Lord would rise, a being who would not link the fire nor extinguish it, but claim it. This prophecy was older than the Church itself, whispered by the primordial serpent Carter, who had once promised the same destiny to another chosen undead in an age now forgotten. Carter's teachings became the foundation of Londor's creed, that the dark was not humanity's sin, but its birthright. The flame, they said, was the god's lie, a trap meant to enslave mankind in cycles of servitude. Only by usurping that fire could humanity be free. To prepare for this coming Lord, the Sable Church trained its followers in the art of the dark hand, a weapon said to have been gifted by Carter himself. With it, one could draw the very essence of life from others, absorbing their humanity as sustenance. It was both a tool of defense and a ritual of communion, symbolizing the Church's central paradox, to preserve life through the act of taking it. In the dim corridors of Londor, where light was a rare and foreign thing, the practitioners of the dark hand moved like shadows, their touch both death and blessing. The geography of Londor reflected its philosophy. The city was built downward rather than upward, its streets descending like rings around a hollow core. At its centre stood the abyssal well, a vast chasm said to touch the boundary between worlds. The Church claimed it was the resting place of Carthay himself, or perhaps merely the echo of his absence. Pilgrims would gather at its edge, staring into the endless dark, waiting for visions or madness to claim them. The air there shimmered faintly with motes of black fire, embers of the abyss that rose and fell like sighs. Londor's pilgrims were known throughout the dying world. Clad in grey rags and bent under the weight of their staffs, they wandered northward in search of those marked by the dark sign. Their task was to find the unkindled who might bear the dark sigils, the seeds of the Hollow Lord's awakening, and guide them toward their fate. To meet a pilgrim of Londor was to encounter death in gentle form. They spoke, with kindness, offered aid, and saw in every death not tragedy, but progress. Each journey they undertook ended the same way. When their purpose was fulfilled, they simply lay down and did not rise again. The rise of Londor was not met without resistance. In the surviving kingdoms, scholars of flame denounced the Sable Church as heresy. They claimed its priests sought to hasten the world's end, that their doctrine of acceptance was nothing but nihilism cloaked in piety. To the gods faithful, the Hollows were abominations, proof of man's corruption and the need for divine order. Yet the more they persecuted Londor, the stronger its faith became. For every pilgrim slain, a dozen more rose in silence, their deaths feeding the myth of inevitability. The dark, after all, required no victory. It only needed patience. In time, Londor grew from rumour into symbol. To the people of fire, it was a nightmare, the shadow that lurked beyond the horizon. To the Hollow, it was home. Even those who never reached its blackened gates spoke of it in reverent tones, as one might speak of paradise inverted. Its influence stretched far beyond its borders, weaving itself into the fabric of history like an invisible thread. The Sable Church's teachings spread quietly among the disillusioned, among knights who had grown weary of false glory, among sorcerers who had glimpsed the futility of light. Londor became less a place than a calling. a whisper that said, "You are more than the gods allowed you to be." The lore tells us that when the first flame began to fail once more, and the bell tolled to awaken the Lords of Cinder, it was Londor that heard it differently. To the Sable Church, this was not a summons to save the world, but a signal that its end was near, and that their prophecy was ready to be fulfilled. Uria and her sisters saw in the Unkindled's rise the final step toward humanity's ascension. For centuries, they had waited for one who bore the right sigils, one strong enough to claim the fire and wise enough to wield it in darkness. The Unkindled, whether by chance or fate, became that vessel. When the player first meets Uria, she addresses them with reverence that feels ancient, as though she has awaited this moment for lifetimes. Her words, "Our Lord and Liege, I presume," are not flattery, but recognition. She does not teach, she reminds. Every action thereafter, every ceremony, and every death becomes a fulfillment of a script written long ago beneath the ashes of the gods, and through her, Londor's long-forgotten dream stirs once more, whispering that the age of man has finally come. But even as this dream takes shape, one cannot ignore the unease beneath its surface. Londor's teachings, though serene in tone, conceals the same hunger that once drove the gods. The desire to claim, to own, to rule. It has merely changed its name. The hollows may wear peace upon their faces, but within them burns the same fire they claim to reject. Perhaps this is the truest lesson of Londor, that every rebellion, no matter how righteous, carries the seed of the tyranny it defies. And so, the hollow realm endures, its towers shrouded in eternal dusk, its pilgrims ever walking toward the light they intend to consume. In its depths, the chasm hums faintly, as though something vast and ancient still sleeps beneath. The serpent's promise lingers in the air, sweet and poisonous. Man shall inherit the flame. It is here, in the heart of Londor, that the great paradox of dark souls reaches its most human form. To embrace the dark is to seek truth. To seek truth is to claim the fire. And to claim the fire is to begin the cycle anew. The hollows of Londor do not end the world. They continue it, but in their own image. Perhaps that is what it means to be human in the age after gods, to take what was never ours and call it destiny. In the half-light of Firelink Shrine, when the fog of the world has grown thick and the thrones of the lords stand cold with ash, she appears. A woman cloaked in sable, her voice soft as dusk, and her bearing still as prayer. She does not announce herself with grandeur or divine light. She simply is, as though she had always been there, waiting for the one who would understand. "Our Lord and Liege," she says, her tone neither pleading nor proud. "I am Uria of Londor." The words fall like a benediction and a sentence at once. For to meet Uria is to be recognized, not as savior, not as sinner, but as something far more dangerous, a possibility. To understand Uria is to trace the anatomy of Londor itself. She is not its founder, nor its prophet, but its will made flesh. The youngest of the three surviving sisters of Londor's Sable Church, Uria inherited both its vision and its burden. When Alfreda, the eldest, abandoned their creed to seek a quieter redemption in the painted world, and when Lillian withdrew into mysticism, Uria remained to tend the church's fading flame of purpose. She became its diplomat, its assassin, its mother, and its priestess, depending on what the world demanded of her. All that mattered was the continuation of Londor's truth, that humanity must rise, even if it must crawl over the corpses of gods to do so. Her demeanor conceals a lifetime of quiet war. The few canonical glimpses we receive of Uria show a woman poised between reverence and ruthlessness. She speaks with the composure of a nun, but her words are blades honed by centuries of manipulation. When she calls the unkindled Lord of Hollows, the title carries layers of meaning. It is both prophecy fulfilled and incantation, a spoken ritual meant to bind the listener to destiny. She does not ask for loyalty. She assumes it, as though the will of Londor were the natural order of things, and the unkindled soul had merely awakened to its role within it. In her presence, Firelink's shrine changes. The warmth of the bonfire feels heavier, its light tinged with shadow. The firekeeper speaks of Uria with uncertainty, as though sensing a rival presence, someone who reveres the dark not as curse, but as birthright. Uria's voice always falls in deliberate cadence, every syllable measured to sound like faith rather than coercion. Yet beneath that serenity lies a commanding intelligence. She does not fight for dominance, she arranges it. Her every gesture is the placement of a piece on a cosmic board, and the unkindled, whether they realize it or not, has become her final move. Her relationship to the primordial serpent Darkstalker Carter is never directly confirmed, yet it is felt in every word she speaks. Carter's philosophy, that the Age of Fire is a lie sustained by fear, lives through her. But where the serpent used deceit and temptation, Uria uses conviction. Her manipulation is not born of malice, but of purpose. She believes utterly that the age of gods must end and that the hollowed humanity must inherit the world. She does not whisper treason, she preaches destiny. In this, she is the perfect vessel of Carter's design, a priestess who can cloak rebellion in devotion. When Uria appears in Firelink, it is only after Yoel of Londor's death, a death that is itself a ritual act. Yoel's purpose was to awaken the dark sigils within the unkindled. But once those sigils reached their full bloom, his life became forfeit. His body collapses beside the shrine, as if a candle finally spent. Uria arrives to replace him, her greeting cold, yet reverent. The time has come, our Lord. There is no mourning in her voice, for in Londor, death is neither failure nor loss. It is fulfillment. Yoel's sacrifice was necessary, and Uria honors it with action. Her service is both mentorship and test. She watches the unkindled's every choice, measuring them not by morality, but by will. To her, hesitation is sin. When she guides the player toward the ritual marriage with Henri of Astora, her words are couched in sanctity, but the act itself is one of profound violence. To pierce the heart of a friend and absorb their soul is, for Uria, not cruelty. It is consummation. In that union, she sees the merging of life and death, light and dark, that defines Londor's faith. She watches the ritual not as a voyeur of pain, but as a priest witnessing prophecy. And yet, despite her manipulative nature, there is a quiet tenderness in how she speaks to the unkindled. Her devotion is not feigned. It may be the only pure thing left in her. When she addresses the player as "my lord," there is no irony, no mockery. In her hollowed heart, she truly believes that this being before her is the culmination of all human suffering, the answer to the gods' long tyranny. The gravity of her voice, calm and unwavering, gives the impression of someone who has spent countless lifetimes waiting for this single moment. Her dialogue reveals flashes of philosophy. Hollowing is the truest form of man, she says softly, for the gods fear what they cannot control. This is not a boast, but a lament. She understands that the Hollow's ascension will not bring peace. It will only exchange one kind of rule for another. But in her eyes, even a flawed humanity is preferable to divine deceit. She's a revolutionary who has lived long enough to despise the necessity of revolution. Her faith is her chain. She would never break it, because she believes that freedom without purpose is indistinguishable from madness. There is tragedy too in Uria's devotion. In one of her final exchanges, she warns the unkindled that betrayal may come even from the firekeeper, that those who serve the flame can never understand the dark's gift. Her tone carries an undercurrent of fear, not for herself, but for the destiny she has helped shape. If the unkindled should die before usurpation is complete, if the dark sigils are lost or rejected, then the dream of Londor will perish with them. Her voice trembles slightly as she confides, "Shouldst thou be slain, our dark will fade into nothing." In that moment, her armor of poise cracks, revealing the woman beneath, the last priestess of a dying faith, desperate not to vanish. We may imagine that Uria's loyalty extends even beyond death. Should the player betray Londor and choose to link the flame, she will turn on them without hesitation, her calm voice replaced by the hiss of steel. It is not anger that drives her, but grief. To her, rekindling the fire is not an act of heroism, but of blasphemy, a return to servitude after glimpsing freedom. When she dies by the unkindled's hand, her last words are not curses, but a plea whispered into the ashes. "Kati, forgive me." In this, Uria becomes the perfect mirror of the firekeeper. Both serve ancient powers. Both tend to a fading light, one of flame, the other of shadow. Where the firekeeper offers peace through surrender, Uria offers salvation through defiance. Neither path is free, and both lead to loss. But their coexistence in Firelink's shrine, two women, one blind and one veiled, each claiming to guide the unkindled toward destiny, forms the moral axis of Dark Souls III. The player stands between them, the choice of light or dark made not through righteousness, but through understanding. The world remembers Uria not as saint or villain, but as the whisper that turned resignation into rebellion. In the age that follows the usurpation of fire, her legacy endures as both prophecy and warning. The new Hollow Lords, who rule the dusk-lit world, speak her name in reverence, yet her teachings are already being reshaped, her words twisted to suit new ambitions. Thus continues the pattern she herself once sought to end, the endless inheritance of will. And so we return to the quiet image of her first appearance. Uria standing in Firelink's dim light, hands folded, head bowed, waiting. In that stillness lies her entire story, the patience of the dark, the inevitability of rebellion, the tragedy of purpose fulfilled too late. She waits not for one unkindled, but for all of us who carry the desire to own our fate, to take the flame into trembling hands and say, "It is ours now." In this way, Uria of Londor becomes less a character than a philosophy, the final human echo in a world that has outlived its gods. She is the voice that reminds us that even in ruin, there can be grace, and even in defiance, devotion. Far beneath the streets of Londor, where even the dim light of the upper city failed to reach, the air thickened with the scent of old parchment and dust. There, in a hollow sanctuary lit by black candles, Lillian of Londor wrote the history of her people. The youngest of the three sisters, she was neither warrior nor priest, but a scholar, a chronicler of the dark and the voice of its remembrance. To her, the hollowed were not aberrations to be hidden away. They were the inevitable conclusion of all life that had lived too long beneath the tyranny of fire. Her task was not to save them, but to understand them. It is said that Lillian was born hollow. Unlike her sisters, she did not know the pain of losing her humanity, because she had never possessed it in the first place. Her eyes were pale and unseeing, her skin ashen from birth. But where others saw affliction, she saw clarity. "I have no self to lose," she once wrote in the Book of Shadow, and therefore I am free. To the people of Londor, this statement became a mantra, a sacred paradox that captured the essence of their belief, that the loss of identity was not death, but transcendence. Lilian was the youngest, but her wisdom ran deepest. Uria's faith was forged in fire and purpose, Alfreda's in sorrow and retreat. But Lilian's was born of silence. She spent centuries recording the sermons, deaths, and visions of the Sable Church's followers, chronicling the gradual erosion of the world's light. Each entry in her script was written not as history, but as confession. "The fire deceives," she wrote, "but the dark remembers." In her quiet devotion, she sought not to convert others, but to preserve what would soon be forgotten. Her chamber in the Hollow Archives was said to be built upon a precipice overlooking the abyssal well, the same bottomless chasm that marked the heart of Londor. The walls of her sanctum were carved with spirals that resembled both flame and void, symbols that Lilian called the twinning. She believed that light and dark were not opposites, but reflections of one another, endlessly folding together like two halves of a prayer that had forgotten its beginning. Her writings explored this duality with reverence, tracing the lineage of every age, every linking of the fire, every fading and return. To her, the history of the world was not linear, but circular, like the dark sign itself. Those who visited her claimed that she never spoke above a whisper, and that her voice carried the strange calm of one who had already accepted the world's death. When asked why she continued to write, she replied only, "Because forgetting is the final sin." In that answer lies the essence of her character. Lilian did not seek to change fate as her sisters did. She sought only to remember it correctly. The gods wrote their histories in light. She would write hers in shadow, where it could not be burned away. Lilian's writings became the foundation of Londor's theology. Her Book of Shadow was less a scripture than a map, a labyrinth of thought meant to guide readers toward understanding the true nature of the dark. Each chapter began with a question and ended with silence. "What is the flame?" she asked. "Is it birth, or is it bondage?" Later, "What is the soul?" And finally, near the book's end, "If we are made of dark, why do we fear to return to it?" Her answers were never direct, for she knew that revelation could not be given, only found. To read her words was to walk beside her through the labyrinth of the human condition, toward a truth that dissolved upon contact. Unlike Uria, who moved through the world like an agent of destiny, Lilian remained hidden. Yet her influence reached far beyond the walls of Londor. Pilgrims carried fragments of her writing across the dying lands, reciting her aphorisms in the manner of prayer. Even those who had never seen her face spoke her name with reverence, calling her the shadow that speaks. In time, her sayings became scripture, though she would have hated the word. To her, faith was corruption. Understanding was enough. It is said that she once travelled beyond Londor, in the age before the final fading, to witness the world's light with her own eyes. The journey nearly destroyed her. She returned blind, her sight burned away by sunlight that had already lost its warmth. When her sisters asked what she had seen, she simply said, "Nothing new, only the same lie, glowing brighter." From that day onward, she never left the archives again. She devoted herself entirely to recording what remained of human memory before the final dark claimed it. Her final writings, believed to have been completed shortly before the events of the Unkindled's rise, were found carved into the stone walls of her chamber. The ink had long since dried, replaced by grooves of her own fingernails. They read, "When the Lord of Hollows claims the fire, I shall not see it. I have already seen enough. Let those who come after me know that the dark is not emptiness, but fullness unbound. The flame burns because it fears this truth. These words, simple yet infinite, became the closing passage of the Book of Shadow. When Uria presented the completed text to the followers of Londor, she wept for the first and last time. "Lillian has written the world's eulogy," she said, "and yet, in her words, there is mercy." That mercy lay in Lillian's refusal to condemn. For all her reverence for the dark, she never denied the beauty of the light. In one of her earlier entries, she wrote, "The flame is cruel, but it gave us the power to remember cruelty. For that alone, I honor it." This balance, this quiet coexistence between acceptance and mourning, defines her legacy. Lillian's death was never recorded, for Londor did not acknowledge death as an end. Her writings suggest that she simply faded, her hollow form dissolving into the abyssal well. Some say she became one with the dark, her consciousness scattered among the whispers that echo through the chasm. Pilgrims who venture close to its edge claim to hear her voice still, reciting fragments of forgotten scripture. "Fear not the dark, my child. It is only the truth coming home." Philosophically, Lillian's role in the myth of Dark Souls the Third extends beyond lore. She represents the reconciliation of opposites, the acceptance that light and dark, creation and decay, are not enemies but stages of the same eternal breath. While Uria embodies action, Lillian embodies comprehension. She is the mind that sees patterns where others see chaos, and in that recognition, she finds peace. Her writings bridge the metaphysical divide that runs through the series, the struggle between the gods' desire for permanence and humanity's surrender to change. The Sable Church canonized her not as a saint, but as a mirror. Her effigy, carved in the blackest stone, depicts her seated with quill in hand, her face serene, her eyes closed. Around her, faint script spirals outward, repeating one of her most famous lines, "All light remembers its shadow." Those who meditate before her statue report strange sensations, the feeling of being observed from within, as though the darkness itself were reading them in return. In later ages, after the usurpation of fire and the rise of the Hollow Lord, Lillian's philosophy would form the moral foundation of humanity's reign. The Hollow scholars who served the new dynasty built vast libraries dedicated to her teachings, ensuring that her words would survive even as kingdoms turned to dust. And yet, even they misunderstood her. Where she had sought understanding, they sought justification. Her quiet acceptance of entropy became a political creed, her meditations twisted into commandments. Thus, even in her triumph, the cycle continued, the transformation of wisdom into dogma, truth into power. Perhaps she foresaw this. Perhaps she knew that every age, even an age of man, must fall victim to its own blindness. And yet, she wrote anyway, because to remember is to resist oblivion. In that act alone, she defied the gods, not through conquest, but through memory. As the last of her words fade into the silence of the abyss, one senses that she has reached the peace denied to all others. The gods burned to preserve light, humanity fought to claim it, but Lillian, the chronicler of the Hollow Faith, simply let it go. And in doing so, she became something rarer than divine. She became free. The ink dries, the candle burns low. Somewhere, beneath the layers of ash and centuries of silence, her final whisper lingers, soft as the dark itself. The fire was never ours to fear. In the beginning, there were whispers, soft, ancient, and treacherous. They slithered through the ashes of dead kingdoms and coiled around the ears of those desperate enough to listen. The voice belonged to no man, no god, no creature of flame. It belonged to the abyss itself, speaking through its chosen emissary, the primordial serpent, Darkstalker Cartha. Long before the unkindled ever rose from ash, before the Lords of Cinder abandoned their thrones, before even the first linking of the fire began its cruel cycle, Carthy had already spoken the prophecy that would one day give birth to Londor, to Uria, to the Hollow Lord. It was a promise disguised as a secret, and a curse disguised as freedom. Carthy's origins are lost to time. The serpents were said to have emerged in the Age of Ancients, when the world was unformed and covered in grey crags and arch trees. They slithered in the shadow of the everlasting dragons, creatures neither mortal nor divine. When the first flame appeared, bringing disparity to the world, light and dark, life and death, the serpents were among the first to take notice. Some aligned themselves with the gods, seeking to preserve the new order of flame, but others, like Carty, turned toward the dark. They saw in it not destruction, but potential. To them, the dark was the true inheritance of all living things, the balance that the fire had disturbed. While his counterpart Frampt served Lord Gwyn, guiding chosen undead to rekindle the flame, Cartha hid in the depths, biding his time. He watched as ages rose and fell, as heroes sacrificed themselves to the fire's endless hunger, and as humanity's suffering deepened with each return of the light. And in the darkness, he began to weave his counter-narrative, a gospel of liberation. He whispered of a new age, an age of dark, where man would no longer bow to gods nor burn for their world. The flame, he said, was a false light, and the true path lay in reclaiming the dark that slumbered within every human soul. This was the first hollow prophecy, spoken in a voice like the rustle of dead leaves. It spread in fragments, carried by those who heard Carthy's promises in dreams or delirium. To some, it sounded like madness, to others, revelation. And slowly, it found its way into the hearts of the hollowed, those cursed to die and return, stripped of purpose, but not of persistence. They were the perfect disciples, for they had already lost everything. Carty's words gave their suffering meaning. The gods fear your kind, for you bear the truth. In your emptiness lies the dark soul, and in that dark lies freedom. The earliest hollows who followed Cartha's teachings became known as the Deep Scholars. They gathered in hidden catacombs beneath the dying cities of men, preserving fragments of his speech as scripture. They rejected the worship of flame, practicing rituals that mimicked death in order to embrace it. Through starvation, self-inflicted hollowing, and meditation upon despair, they sought to dissolve the boundaries between life and death. Their goal was not immortality, but integration, the merging of their being with the dark that birthed them. These proto-hollows would later become the spiritual ancestors of Londor. Yet even among these disciples, there were schisms. Some believed Cartha's words literally, that the flame must be extinguished entirely for humanity to ascend. Others interpreted them symbolically, claiming that the fire could be controlled, not destroyed. This latter faction would survive through the ages, their teachings eventually crystallizing into the Sable Church's doctrine of the usurpation of fire. Thus, even in the earliest days, Carthy's prophecy carried within it the seeds of both salvation and domination. The serpent himself appeared rarely, and never to those unworthy. When he did, his presence warped the air, his enormous, eyeless head emerging from darkness like a thought breaking through oblivion. His voice was deep and echoing, neither warm nor cruel, but filled with unbearable certainty. "Thou art the chosen of the dark," he would say. "Abandon the false lords of flame. Inherit the world as it was meant to be." His promises were intoxicating. Many believed him, more perished in the attempt to fulfill his will. Carthy's pact was simple in design, but profound in consequence. To serve him was to renounce the gods and the cycles they maintained. It required no temple, no prayer, only acceptance. The acceptance of hollowing, of the loss of self. The more a follower died, the closer they came to truth. To hollow was not decay, it was purification. In time, they believed, the hollows would become vessels for the dark soul itself, fragments of the primordial power that Gwyn and his kin had hidden away. And from among them would rise a single lord of hollows, one who would not link the fire, but claim it. Throughout history, Carthy's influence would surface like a recurring wound. In the age of the chosen undead, he appeared to another hero who walked the path of darkness, offering the same promise. Become the Lord of Dark. Yet that age too ended in uncertainty. Whether the chosen embraced Carthy's will or fell to it, the cycle endured. Perhaps that failure taught the serpent patience. Perhaps it taught him cunning. When he next whispered his prophecy, it was not to a hero, but to a people, to the founders of Londor, who would codify his teachings into faith. By the time of Dark Souls III, the hollow prophecy had evolved from a whispered heresy into a structured theology. The Sable Church claimed to act in the name of the serpent, though none could say if he still lived. His name was rarely spoken, his image never depicted. To the faithful, he was less a being than a principle, the embodiment of humanity's will to reclaim its destiny. Yet in the deepest chambers of Londor, beneath the spiral chapels and the abyssal well, inscriptions still bore his words. The fire is a cage. The dark is the key. Philosophically, Carthy's prophecy encapsulates the central conflict of the Dark Souls universe, the struggle between control and surrender, between the fear of nothingness and the acceptance of it. The gods clung to light because they equated existence with illumination. Carthy embraced the dark because he saw meaning in absence. He understood that to let go of identity was not to die, but to dissolve into the rhythm of the world. Yet, like all prophets, he could not escape his own contradiction. In guiding others toward freedom, he created a new form of bondage. The followers who sought to end the cycle became bound to their own idea of salvation, perpetuating yet another loop of belief. In this way, Carthy's story mirrors the flame he sought to overthrow. Both feed on devotion. Both promise transcendence through sacrifice. The gods demanded life as fuel for their light. Carthy demanded selfhood as tribute to his dark. The difference lies only in tone. The fire burns loudly, while the dark consumes quietly, and so the world oscillates between them, never free, never still. When Yuria and her sisters inherited this prophecy, they refined it. They stripped away Carthy's serpentine ambiguity and gave his vision a human face. No longer would humanity wait for divine favor or serpent's blessing. They would make their own prophecy come true. In their hands, Carthy's ancient whisper became the Sable Church's commandment. Man shall claim the flame and make it his own. But even this transformation carried the echo of the serpent's deceit. For to claim the flame is not to end its cycle, it is to inherit it. In taking the gods' power, humanity also takes their curse. Carthy's promise of liberation becomes the first chain of a new order, forged by those who believed they were free. And perhaps that is his true genius, or his true cruelty. The serpent never sought to destroy the cycle, only to change its master. Whether it is Gwyn's light or humanity's dark that governs the world, the result is the same, an eternity of becoming, never being. In this sense, Carthy is both villain and philosopher, deceiver and truth-teller. He exposes the lie of the gods while replacing it with one of his own. That mastery can free the mortal soul. In the silence after his voice fades, the world still trembles with his influence. Londor stands as his legacy, the unkindled as his instrument, and the hollow lord as his unfinished experiment. Whether the serpent still waits in the abyss, smiling his toothless smile, no one can say. But if he does, one suspects he is still whispering, still weaving new promises for the next age. For, as long as there are those who fear the dark, there will always be a voice to tell them that it is nothing to fear and everything to become. And so, the serpent's prophecy lingers, unfulfilled and unending, winding through the ruins of light like smoke. Its words still haunt the dreams of those who have glimpsed the abyss. When the last flame fades, and even ash forgets its name, man shall rise, not to serve, but to be. When the last fire gutters out, and the sky folds into itself like cooling ash, what remains is not silence, but a strange and living stillness. It is the breath that follows an uncounted death, the world's quiet intake before it learns again how to exist without light. This is the Age of Dark, though its name misleads those who fear it. It is not an age of evil, nor one of apocalypse. It is an age of return, of the world shedding its borrowed glow and rediscovering what it always was beneath the flame's long shadow. The Age of Dark was foretold in the first moment that fire was born. When Gwyn and his kin took the light for themselves, they ensured its eventual loss. Every flare contains its extinguishing. Every act of creation bears the seed of forgetting. In the cosmology of this world, the first flame was never meant to last forever. It was a brief illumination in the endless tide of dark. What men call the end is only the restoration of balance, the inevitable settling of the universe back into its natural state. The gods knew this, and so they feared it. Their rule depended upon the illusion that light was permanence. But the dark does not need to announce itself. It does not conquer. It waits. For uncounted ages it waited, patient and invisible, until the fires of the world waned enough for it to be felt again. And when it came not as storm or famine, but as memory. The dark remembered everything the light had burned away. It returned in the quiet hearts of men who had forgotten why they prayed, in the hollow eyes of soldiers who no longer remembered their kings. It moved through the ruins of Anor Londo, not as a destroyer, but as an archivist, tracing the outlines of what once was and preparing to reclaim it. To understand this age, we must look at what humanity truly means in the myth of the flame. The gods were born of fire, their souls vast and radiant, defined by difference and hierarchy. Humanity, however, was born of the dark soul, fragmented, subtle, endless. The fire brought disparity to the world, but it was the dark that gave it continuity. In every human heart lies a fragment of that original dark, small enough to be ignored, strong enough to outlast the sun. When the fire fades, those fragments begin to gather, like stars appearing after dusk. The Age of Dark is not the extinction of light. It is the revelation of countless smaller lights, each burning softly within. The first to name this truth were the ancient pygmies, those shadowed beings who found the dark soul in the earliest days of the world. Unlike Gwyn, they did not seek dominion. They divided their soul and gave it freely to their descendants. Each fragment became a human life, a single spark of the dark's boundless depth. Their gift ensured that humanity would survive any age, for the dark cannot be destroyed, only concealed. But their generosity was their undoing. The gods, fearing the potential of this dispersed power, built an empire of light to keep it contained. They called it civilization, but it was merely control. When the fire burns bright, the dark retreats, not defeated, but waiting. When the fire fades, the dark emerges, bringing with it the truth of mortality and the equality of all things. The so-called age of fire is the age of hierarchy. Gods and men, lords and slaves, flame and shadow. The age of dark dissolves those boundaries. In it, there is no divine order, no chosen undead, no cycles dictated by flame. The world becomes whole again, if only for a time, before new divisions are born from human will. The lore of Dark Souls III shows us glimpses of what this age might look like. When the Unkindled allows the Firekeeper to extinguish the flame, the world sinks into perfect blackness. The air ceases to shimmer, the wind dies, and all that remains is her voice, soft, calm, maternal. Ashen One, she says, let them fade into the dark where flame was born. The words suggest not an ending, but a return. The Firekeeper's acceptance marks a profound shift. Even the Guardian of Light recognizes that darkness is not destruction, but rest. And yet, there is a haunting ambiguity in this piece. For every age of dark carries within it the potential for fire's rebirth. Deep within the abyss, embers of the old flame still linger, hidden in the folds of time. Humanity itself becomes the vessel of those embers. In their dreams, men still remember the warmth of the sun and the glory of the gods. From these dreams, new desires are born. The desire to create, to lead, to illuminate. And so, even in the dark, the cycle prepares its next beginning. The Age of Dark is therefore both end and womb. It is the night from which dawn will one day rise, though no one knows when or in what form. In Londor, the followers of the Sable Church reinterpret this cosmic rhythm as promise. To them, the Age of Dark is not an interlude, but an inheritance. They see in it the rightful dominion of mankind. Where the gods ruled by fire, man will rule by shadow. Yet in their zeal, they misunderstand what the dark truly means. The dark does not belong to anyone. It is not a kingdom to be built, but a stillness to be understood. Lillian of Londor grasped this truth, writing that the dark asks nothing of us but honesty. Uria, however, turned it into ambition, preaching that the dark shall wear a crown. Between those two interpretations, the contemplative and the imperial, lies the tension that defines all human ages. Philosophically, the Age of Dark confronts us with the most human of fears, not death, but insignificance. Light gives shape to things, casts distinctions, names and orders the world. Darkness erases those names. It asks us to exist without hierarchy, without identity. It asks us to be, not to matter. For the gods, this was intolerable. For humanity, it is liberation and terror entwined. To live in the Age of Dark is to face the abyss within and find it familiar. It is to realize that the self is not a flame to be preserved, but a shadow cast by deeper light. The imagery of this age is among the most haunting in Dark Souls. The once golden sky turns violet black. The cities of man dissolve into mist. The oceans grow calm and mirrorless. Time loses its grip. The world becomes infinite in its stillness, every moment blending with every other. Some say that in this darkness, souls cease to fade. They linger, not as ghosts or gods, but as impressions, memories that drift through the black like faint echoes. The Age of Dark, then, is not lifeless. It is full of quiet presence, of unspoken thought, of rest. And yet, the darkness carries its own curse. Without light, there can be no form, no movement, no striving. Humanity's genius, their hunger for meaning, cannot be sated by stillness alone. Thus, even in the most complete age of shadow, desire begins to stir. A single thought, small and luminous, emerges. What if there could be light again? From that thought, the cycle begins anew. The fire, forgotten but not dead, finds fuel once more in longing. In this way, every age of dark is temporary, and every age of fire is born from its ashes. This eternal oscillation between light and dark is not punishment, it is rhythm. The cosmos breathes in flame and exhales in shadow. To live within it is to accept both, to neither cling to the fire nor flee from the dark. The tragedy of gods and men alike is their refusal to breathe, their insistence on holding their breath within one half of the cycle. The gods clung to light until it burned them hollow. The hollows of Londor clutch at darkness until it, too, becomes a prison. Only those who see the beauty in both, the firekeeper who lets the flame die, the unkindled who walks away from destiny, approach something like truth. In the mythic imagination, the Age of Dark is not merely the end of a story, but the space between stories. It is the moment when the world rests, when all distinctions dissolve and the possibility of renewal is born. The gods have fallen silent. The flames have cooled. The air carries only the echo of what once was. And somewhere, beneath the black sky, a single ember waits, small as a heartbeat, patient as time. It is said that when the first flame finally fades to nothing, the dark will speak again, not as serpent, not as prophecy, but as silence. And in that silence, humanity will remember itself, not as master nor servant, but as the child of both fire and shadow. Perhaps that is the true gift of the dark, not power, but remembrance. The firekeeper once whispered, "Ashen one, mayest thou thy peace discover." In the Age of Dark, peace is not found, it simply is. Yet even here, within this infinite rest, the faint pulse of desire endures. The dark is full, but the human heart is restless. And so the question remains, burning invisibly in the void. When the dark grows too still, will we not long for fire once more? There are places in the world where even darkness recoils, depths so profound, the air seems to forget the meaning of sound, and time drifts like sediment in stagnant water. These places are not simply dark. They are the abyss, the deep shadow that exists beneath all creation. It is not a realm of demons or punishment, but of truth stripped bare. And yet, that truth is unbearable to most who glimpse it. For the abyss is not the opposite of light. It is light's reflection, what remains when every illusion, every boundary, every self has dissolved. In its stillness lies both perfection and corruption. To understand the abyss, one must return to the dawn of fire. When the first flame was born, it brought disparity to the timeless grey of the age of ancients. Light and dark, heat and cold, life and death. The dark soul, held by the furtive pygmy, was one half of that first division. It was infinite, formless, and patient. But when Gwyn and the other lords took their great souls and waged war against the dragons, the pygmy's dark remained hidden. When the gods built their golden cities, they did so upon foundations of shadow, unaware that their light deepened it. For every kingdom of flame, an abyss was born beneath. The abyss is therefore not an invader. It is the inevitable consequence of the fire itself. The first true manifestation of the abyss came with the city of Usurpation. Tempted by serpentine whispers, its people sought to awaken the primeval man said to rest within the deep. They succeeded, but in doing so, they unleashed Manus, the father of the abyss. His mind, shattered by time and torment, radiated the raw, uncontrolled humanity that had long been buried. From him poured the black fog that devoured Usurpation, turning its citizens into warped, shrieking shadows. The abyss spread not as fire does, but as thought does, infectious, intangible, impossible to contain. Artorius, knight of Gwyn and bearer of the wolf's grace, ventured into that darkness to stop it, but even his holy resolve was undone. The abyss did not destroy him, it consumed him, bending his noble purpose into ruin. When the chosen undead eventually found his remains, they did not find a hero, but an echo, his humanity corrupted, his soul screaming with the pain of self-betrayal. It was in Artorias' fall that the gods first realized the abyss could not be fought as an enemy. To resist it was to feed it. For the abyss is not evil. It is what happens when humanity forgets itself. From that day onward, the abyss became a wound that never healed. It spread quietly through the world, finding new hosts in forgotten places. The kingdom of New Londor fell when its sorcerers tried to study it, their curiosity opening cracks between reality and shadow. In desperation, their rulers flooded the city, drowning thousands to keep the darkness from consuming the surface. But water cannot drown thought, nor can death undo what was already dead. The abyss waited, silent beneath the waves, whispering to those who lingered too long in grief. By the time of Dark Souls III, the abyss has ceased to be an anomaly. It has become the natural state of things. The deep church of Aldrich, whose priests once sought to worship the sea beneath fire, unknowingly served the same principle. Aldrich himself, in his gluttony, dreamed of a world drowned in the deep, a place where flame and dark would merge into still water. His vision was not far from the truth. The abyss, left unchecked, does not seek destruction but assimilation. It turns all things into itself. In this, it mirrors humanity's own longing, to be whole, to be unfragmented, to be free from the pain of separation. Yet therein lies its corruption. Wholeness without distinction is not peace, but oblivion. The abyss promises release from suffering, but it also erases the self that suffers. When a soul falls fully into it, it loses its boundaries, its memories, its form. What remains is humanity in its purest, most primal state, hungry, endless, and blind. The hollows of Londor came to revere this transformation as holy, believing that in surrendering the self, one could achieve unity with the true dark. But few who pursued that path ever returned unchanged. Philosophically, the abyss embodies the paradox at the heart of the human spirit, the desire for connection and the fear of dissolution. The gods feared it because it nullified hierarchy. Humans feared it because it nullified identity. Yet both were born from it. The abyss is not other, it is origin. In every man's heart lies a fragment of it, a whisper that says, "You are not separate." To listen too closely is to lose oneself. To ignore it entirely is to live a lie. The balance between these two extremes, awareness without surrender, is the truest form of wisdom and the rarest. In the world's geography, the abyss manifests as spaces without time. In Farron Keep, the swamp that entombs the abyss watchers, the ground itself seems to breathe, the water black and thick as ink. Fireflies drift like souls seeking escape. Beneath the profaned capital, the air trembles with unseen voices. Even in Firelink Shrine, if one listens closely, the silence between the firekeeper's words carries a faint hum, a resonance from the deep that underlies all existence. The abyss is everywhere, for it is the absence that gives form to everything else. The corruption of the abyss is not moral, but metaphysical. It does not seduce through lies, but through truth revealed too completely. Those who fall into it do not become evil, they become formless. The hollows of Londor, the beasts of Ulasile, even the devourer Aldrich, all are victims of knowledge without boundary. In a universe built upon disparity, such total understanding cannot coexist with selfhood. Thus, the abyss both enlightens and annihilates. The firekeepers, those blind servants of light, understand this in their own way. Their blindness is both symbolic and practical, a shield against seeing too deeply into the dark. To see the abyss is to see the foundation of all things, and no mind can hold that sight without breaking. The hollows, on the other hand, walk willingly into it. In their emptiness, they find acceptance. In their madness, clarity. They become both saints and monsters, reflections of what humanity could be without restraint. In Dark Souls III, we witness the abyss in its most evolved form. No longer an external threat, but an internal inheritance. The deep is worshipped, the dark is sanctified, and the line between light and shadow blurs beyond recognition. When the unkindled peers into the deep, they are not gazing into another realm, but into themselves. The monsters they fight, mimics of flesh and spirit, are manifestations of their own infinite potential turned inward. In this sense, the abyss is not corruption at all. It is honesty given physical form, and yet honesty alone cannot sustain a world. The age of dark that follows the fire's end may seem serene, but it too will one day stagnate. The abyss, left unchallenged, becomes a mirror that swallows its reflection. This is the final lesson of the deep, that peace without motion is indistinguishable from death. The fire, for all its cruelty, brings change. The dark, for all its truth, brings stillness. Both are necessary, and both, left unchecked, become prisons. There is an old line, whispered by those who study the abyssal arts. The fire burns to forget. The dark remembers to forgive. In those words lies the reconciliation that Artorias sought but never found, the understanding that Lillian of Londor wrote of, and the balance that the unkindled unknowingly embodies. The abyss is the memory of all things, the cosmic archive of what light refuses to recall. Its corruption, if one dares to call it that, is simply the truth demanding to be seen, and perhaps at the very bottom of that depth, where even shadow loses meaning, there lies a single ember still burning, not of fire, but of consciousness. It waits for someone to look upon it without fear, to see not horror, but reflection. When that day comes, the abyss will no longer need to consume, for the world will finally know itself whole. Until then, it breathes beneath every step, an invisible ocean murmuring its patient refrain. All returns to dark. Long after Ulukhile's collapse and the drowning of New Londor, the flame of resistance to the abyss burned on in the swamps of Farron, a pale, flickering echo of the valour that once defined Lord Gwyn's knights. Here, amid decaying reeds and black mud, the last of those who had once hunted the dark waged an endless, hopeless war against the shadow within themselves. They were called the Abyss Watchers, the undead legion of Farron, bound by blood, by oath, and by a curse they could neither escape nor understand. Their duty was eternal vigilance, their creed both noble and cruel, to stand guard against the abyss, even at the cost of their own souls. The Abyss Watchers traced their lineage back to Artorias the Abyss Walker, the knight who had once ventured into Ulukhile and fallen. Though he perished in body, his legend endured as a rallying cry for generations. They revered him as both hero and martyr, the first to see the dark for what it was and to suffer its embrace. When the first signs of the abyss returned, black corruption spreading beneath the forests, the air thickening with the scent of decay, warriors gathered to emulate his defiance. They swore oaths before his wolf companion, Sif, whose silent gaze they mistook for approval. They took his name as their identity and built their order upon his grave. Farron Keep, their home, was less a fortress than a wound. The ground itself was soaked in the remains of countless fallen watchers. Bonfires dotted the mire like eyes half buried in muck, each one lit from the ashes of their dead. The air shimmered with ghostly embers, remnants of forgotten rituals. At its heart stood a great hall lined with broken blades, each representing a vow renewed through death. It was here that the Legion performed their endless rites, burning the bodies of their kin to ensure that no trace of the abyss could rise from them again. In the early years, they succeeded. The abyss recoiled before their ferocity. They struck at the darkness wherever it stirred, in catacombs, in forests, in the hollows of men's hearts. They fought not for glory, but for the preservation of a world already lost. But as centuries passed, their purpose blurred. The abyss is not merely a place, it is an idea, and ideas cannot be slain. Each time they destroyed it, it returned in another form, within another comrade, another oath, another self. To fight the abyss was to fight humanity itself, and slowly, inevitably, they began to turn their blades upon one another. The corruption began subtly. A watcher would hesitate before striking down a hollow, seeing in that broken creature something familiar. Another would wander too far into the swamp and return changed, their eyes reflecting light where there should have been none. The others would burn them without question, believing it mercy. But soon, the line between the pure and the tainted vanished entirely. The watchers could no longer tell where the abyss ended and they began. To remain vigilant, they turned their wrath inward. They fought endlessly, killing and resurrecting, consumed by the ritual of their own purpose. By the time the unkindled arrives, the undead Legion is already dead in all but name. Their keep lies in ruin, its towers sinking into the mire, its bonfires smouldering in rain. The last surviving watchers are locked in perpetual combat, their armor caked in the blood of their brothers. When one falls, another rises from the ashes to continue the fight. Their movements are ritualistic, almost liturgical, a prayer enacted through violence. Each strike they make is an attempt to exorcise something invisible. But the more they fight, the more their souls fuse together, until their collective will burns as a single flame of madness. The battle against them is among the most haunting in the chronicles of Lothric. When the unkindled steps into their hall, the sound of clashing steel echoes endlessly, bouncing off the stone like lamentation. The watchers, gaunt and faceless beneath their wolf-shaped helms, move with a speed that borders on desperation. Each attack is not an assault on the intruder, but on themselves. As the fight progresses, their shared soul ignites, manifesting as a burning figure, one warrior reborn from the ashes of the others, its blade wreathed in crimson flame. This final incarnation, the blood of the wolf, is the embodiment of their unending struggle, the fire of duty twisted into frenzy. When the last watcher falls, the flame within him gutters out, leaving only silence and the soft crackle of dying embers. The victory is hollow. The unkindled does not defeat evil. They perform a burial. The Legion's ashes are gathered, their thrones in Firelink shrine awaiting them like tombs. Even the Firekeeper speaks of them with reverence and pity. They linked the fire, but their souls were bound to the dark. In their failure, the Abyss Watchers achieved a kind of grim perfection. They became both wardens and victims, symbols of the futility of all that resists the dark without understanding it. Philosophically, their tragedy reflects the central paradox of the Dark Souls universe, the impossibility of purity. The Abyss Watchers sought to preserve the light by destroying the dark, but in doing so, they carried the darkness within them. Their cause was righteous, but their righteousness was their undoing. They represent the moral exhaustion of the Age of Fire, where even noble intentions rot into madness. In their endless self-destruction, they mirror the very cycle they fought to prevent. Their order's symbol, the wolf's blood, was said to bind their souls together, allowing them to share strength across death. But in practice, it trapped them in an eternal communion of suffering. The wolf, once a symbol of loyalty, became the emblem of entrapment. Their leader's blade, the great sword of Farron, burns with residual flame even in defeat, a final mockery of their failure to extinguish what they despised. Their legacy survives only as ritual. Every unkindled who touches their ashes unknowingly inherits a portion of their madness, the will to fight, even when the reason to do so is long forgotten. There is a quiet poetry in their ruin. The swamp of Farron is vast and still, its surface rippling faintly with wind. At its centre, the corpses of the fallen watchers rest beneath shallow water, their armour gleaming faintly beneath the murk. Fireflies drift above them like tiny souls, their glow reflected in the dark below. It is said that on nights when the flame burns low, their spirits can be heard singing, a low, wordless hum carried by the reeds. Perhaps they are not mourning. Perhaps they are dreaming of rest. The Abyss. Watcher's fate is the fate of all who fight the darkness without acknowledging its kinship to the light. Their story teaches that to wage war on the Abyss is to wage war on oneself. The unkindled's blade, raised in triumph, only continues their cycle in a new form. Each victory leaves behind the same question. When we destroy what we fear, do we not also destroy what we are? In the grand rhythm of ages, Farron Keep stands as a monument to exhaustion, the point where duty becomes delirium, where purpose burns so fiercely it consumes its bearer. The unkindled leaves that place with ashes in hand and silence in heart, carrying forward the burden that broke the watchers. The fire must be linked, the lords must return, and yet the swamp whispers otherwise. Beneath the surface, the abyss still moves, patient as ever, waiting for the next warrior who dares to believe it can be slain. And perhaps, as the unkindled walks away, the faint reflection of a wolf moves across the water, silent and eternal, watching. The howl that follows is not anger, nor warning. It is remembrance. In the cathedral where light once fell through stained glass like prayers made visible, the air now trembles with the wet sound of feeding. The benches have rotted, the marble has darkened, and what was once holy has grown soft with decay. Here, in this drowned sanctum of the deep, lies Aldrich, the saint of the deep, the devourer of gods. His form is neither man nor monster, but a great, glistening tide of flesh, rippling with the slow hunger of something that has forgotten the meaning of satisfaction. To gaze upon him is to understand that the hunger of the world never ends, it merely changes shape. Aldrich's story begins not as a god, nor even as a Lord of Cinder, but as a man. In the forgotten city of Irithyll, he was once a cleric of remarkable power and devout cruelty. He preached the virtues of sacrifice, demanding from his followers not their faith, but their flesh. He believed that to consume was to commune, that the essence of the soul could be understood only through devouring it. What began as ritual soon became compulsion. Aldrich feasted upon the faithful, his sermons dissolving into gurgled laughter as his body swelled with the essence of those he consumed. The people called him saint, not out of reverence, but out of terror. Saints, after all, are those who touch the divine, whether through holiness or horror. Yet his madness was not without vision. Aldrich claimed that his dreams were filled with visions of the deep, a vast ocean beneath the world, dark and still, where flame and dark would one day merge into perfect unity. He called it the Sea of Humanity, the final resting place of all souls. He believed that the fire was an illusion, and that only by consuming life could one return to that primordial ocean. This belief became the foundation of his faith and the justification for his gluttony. He was no longer eating to sustain his body, but to free the world from division. Each devoured soul was a prayer answered. When the Lords of Cinder were first called to link the fire, Aldrich was chosen against his will. The firekeepers and high priests of Irithyll, desperate to preserve the flame, saw in him a vessel of tremendous power. Bound and forced into the kiln, Aldrich burned, but he did not die. The fire did not consume him, it merely changed his hunger. What emerged from the ashes was not redemption, but transformation. He returned from the flame as something vast and liquid, his body a seething mass of molten flesh and memory. He had tasted the fire and found it wanting. From that moment onward, his hunger became divine. The church that arose in his name, the Church of the Deep, interpreted his visions as prophecy. Its priests, adorned in heavy robes that concealed their withered bodies, preached that the flame's end was not to be feared, but embraced. They taught that all souls must one day flow together into the deep, where no gods rule and no death divides. In their sermons, Aldrich was no longer a man, but a vessel of inevitability, the saint who would deliver the world into its final sleep. The faithful offered themselves willingly to his maw, believing that to be devoured was to be absolved. The deep was more than water, it was thought given substance. It was the abyss made still, purified by the faith of those who surrendered to it. Within it, the line between the holy and the profane dissolved completely. Aldrich, whose very being was an amalgamation of countless souls, saw himself as the instrument of this merging. His devouring was not cruelty, it was ritual. Each soul he consumed brought him closer to the oceanic wholeness of the deep. But, like the abyss itself, his hunger had no end. To devour the world was to become it, and to become it was to realize that something would always remain untouched. Among those he consumed was one whose name still trembles through the ruins of Irithyll. Gwyndolin, the Dark Sun, last son of Gwyn. Once the guardian of Anor Londo's fading majesty, Gwyndolin was captured and fed to Aldrich in the age of Lothric's decline. The act was more than cannibalism. It was symbolism made flesh. The God-Eater had consumed the very blood of the sun. In doing so, he completed the inversion of the old world, the dark devouring the light, the son of fire swallowed by the saint of the deep. From that point onward, Aldrich began to take on Gwyndolin's form, his serpentine lower body and his control over magic absorbed into his writhing mass. When the Unkindled encounters him in Anor Londo, the great city of light has been transformed into a cathedral of shadow. The once proud marble is veiled in ash. The moon burns pale and bloodless above. Aldrich's throne lies before the same window through which Gwyn once gazed, but now it frames only emptiness. As the Unkindled approaches, the mass stirs, slowly, like a tide awakening. From within the flesh emerges Gwyndolin's half-digested body, still moving as if trapped in an eternal prayer. Then the arrows begin to fall, luminous and cruel, and the battle becomes a liturgy of suffering. Fighting Aldrich is less a duel than an exorcism. Every strike the Unkindled lands sends ripples through his liquid form, each ripple releasing the echo of a voice once consumed. His body sings with the memories of those he has devoured, priests, kings, lovers, and gods, all crying out as one. The battle is a confrontation not just with a monster, but with the very idea of consumption itself. In defeating him, the Unkindled does not simply destroy a Lord of Cinder, they silence a philosophy. And yet, Aldrich's death is not victory. His dream remains. The deep still calls from beneath the world, and his followers continue their hymns. Even in ruin, his faith endures, proof that ideas, once fed, cannot easily die. The Church of the Deep lives on in fragments, in the deacons who chant in the ruined cathedral, in the drowned pilgrims who wander through Lothric streets, in the silent pools where reflections move without light. To them, Aldrich is not gone. He has only descended fully into the sea he always sought. Philosophically, Aldrich embodies the corruption of transcendence, the moment when the desire to unite all things becomes indistinguishable from the desire to consume them. His dream of the deep is the inverse of Gwyn's dream of fire. Where the fire separates, the deep merges. Where fire burns with distinction, the deep absorbs without boundary. Both seek to overcome death, but each in its own way denies the essence of life, the need for balance between separation and unity. In Aldrich's vision, individuality is sin. To live is to divide, and to divide is to suffer. Thus, he consumes not out of hunger, but out of mercy, twisted into monstrosity. Thematically, Aldrich's tale mirrors the fate of every faith that begins in enlightenment and ends in excess. His devotion to the deep began as understanding and ended as indulgence. The man who sought to end suffering became its instrument, proving that even truth, when consumed too fully, becomes poison. His followers, blind to the paradox, turned his appetite into worship. And thus, the deep, once a metaphor for peace, became a literal sea of death. It is said that in the quiet moments after Aldrich's defeat, if one stands before his remains, a faint sound can be heard beneath the gurgle of the fading flesh. It is not a scream, nor a groan, but a sigh, a long, drawn-out exhalation, as if the deep itself were breathing. Perhaps in that sound lies his final truth, that all hunger, even divine hunger, ends not in satisfaction, but in release. And yet, the deep endures. Beneath Lothric's fading sky, rivers of black water still flow unseen, gathering the ashes of saints and sinners alike. The age of deep, which Aldrich dreamed of, may not have come to pass, but it waits, patient and inevitable, beneath the surface of all things. For if fire is the will to separate, and dark the will to remember, then the deep is the will to return, to sink, to merge, to rest. In this sense, Aldrich may not have failed at all. He may simply have been premature, a prophet devoured by his own prophecy, a saint who mistook the appetite of the cosmos for the voice of God. And in his ruin, the world takes one step closer to the ocean he saw in his dreams, still, vast, and eternal. In the frozen heart of Irithyll, beneath a sky perpetually steeped in twilight, the cathedral spires cut into the heavens, like the fingers of a dead god reaching for something long gone. It is here that the chill of silver moonlight conceals a truth of fire, a fire chained, not worshipped. The city's beauty hides rot, and at its centre sits the architect of that corruption, Pontiff Sullivan, the false king of flame. To the ignorant, he appears as a high priest, regal, composed, a servant of faith. But beneath his regal bearing lies the hunger of a usurper, one who turned both light and dark into tools of subjugation. Pontiff Sullivan was not born to royalty nor divine blood. He hailed from the painted world of Ariandel, a forgotten realm of perpetual frost where time moved sluggishly and the world itself slept. There, in that land of still decay, he first glimpsed the flame. It burned not as salvation, but as temptation. For in a place where nothing changed, the flame represented motion, a promise of control over stasis. Sullivan took that spark with him when he left the painted world, carrying with him the ambition that would one day shape Irithyll's fate. When he arrived in the city of the gods, the remnants of Gwyn's line still ruled in shadow. The dark moon, faithful served Gwyndolin, whose devotion to the old flame was as fragile as his body. Sullivan, seeing the weakness of divine order, began his ascent. He rose through the ranks of the clergy, his eloquence matched only by his cruelty. To those who saw him in those early days, he was a visionary, one who promised to reconcile the waning fire with the encroaching dark. To those who knew him, he was a serpent in priest's garb, bearing fire not as gift, but as leash. In secret, Sullivan studied the flame that slumbered beneath Irithyll's cathedral, a vestige of the profaned flame discovered deep below the earth. The profaned flame was no ordinary fire. It burned eternally, fueled by hatred and pain, having once consumed an entire kingdom. It was said to have been kindled by the despair of men who sought warmth and found only wrath. Where the first flame created life through disparity, the profaned flame created ruin through resentment. Sullivan, sensing its potential, took it as his own. He forged two great blades from its heat, one burning with fire, the other shimmering with moonlight. With these, he bound himself to both elements, mastering the duality of light and dark not as balance, but as tyranny. Armed with this stolen power, he overthrew the divine order of Irithyll. He imprisoned Gwyndolin, once the city's protector, and offered him as sacrifice to Aldrich, ensuring the God-Eater's loyalty. The Dark Moon Blades, once knights of moonlit justice, were exiled or executed. He crowned himself pontiff, bridge between gods and men, and remade Irithyll in his image. Under his reign, light became weapon, worship became obedience, and fire became instrument of control. The moon, symbol of guidance, was chained within his cathedral, forced to serve his rule. Sullivan's power extended far beyond Irithyll. He reached into the kingdom of Lothric, influencing its royal line through subtle corruption. It was under his shadow that the princes of Lothric refused their duty to link the fire, choosing instead to watch the world decay. His agents, the Outrider Knights, carried his curse across the land, warriors driven mad by the profaned flame that burned within their bodies, their eyes glowing with the cold fire of unending hunger. To serve Sullivan was to surrender humanity itself, to become a vessel of his ambition. When the Unkindled arrives in Irithyll, the city glows with an eerie serenity. Snow falls in silence, bells do not toll, and beneath the calm surface, the people move like puppets in a dream. The pontiff's influence is everywhere, in the way the faithful kneel before empty altars, in the statues that resemble his likeness, in the endless echo of chains beneath the cathedral. Every prayer offered in Irithyll is a reminder that faith, once corrupted, becomes indistinguishable from fear. The battle with Sullivan is one of mirrors. When he draws his twin blades, the greatsword of judgment and the profaned greatsword, he embodies both the flame and the dark. He moves with terrifying grace, each swing a sermon on domination. His flame burns not warm, but cruel, blue and searing. His moonlight blade arcs with judgment, punishing not sin, but disobedience. Halfway through the battle, he conjures a phantom copy of himself, a reflection that moves in perfect harmony with his strikes. This illusion is not mere sorcery, but philosophy made flesh. The tyranny of duality, or even rebellion, serves the ruler's design. To defeat him is to shatter not one body, but two, a symbol of how power perpetuates itself through illusion. Sullivan's death does not undo his work. His empire persists in fragments. The cathedral still glows with unnatural moonlight. The Outrider Knights still wander in madness, and the profaned flame still burns, patient beneath the earth. In his defeat, he becomes what he always sought to be, a bridge between eras, between false light and devouring fire. The gods he destroyed remain silent, but his influence endures in every place where faith becomes coercion. Philosophically, Sullivan represents the corruption of the flame's meaning. Where Gwyn clung to it out of fear and reverence, Sullivan wields it as instrument of control. He understands what the gods could not, that fire's true power lies not in its warmth, but in its ability to demand obedience. He forges his rule upon that truth, creating a hierarchy that mirrors the cosmos itself, those who burn and those who are burned. In this, he is less priest than mirror of the divine cruelty he overthrew. And yet, beneath his grandeur there lingers the shadow of his beginning, the frozen stillness of the painted world. It was stasis that birthed his hunger. It was peace that taught him to crave dominion. In his mind, motion equaled freedom, and thus he mistook conquest for transcendence. His tyranny is not born of malice, but of fear. The fear that without control, existence will once again freeze into meaningless stillness. Thus, even as he burns, he remains bound by the frost from which he came. In his final moments, as the unkindled blade pierces him, his illusion fades first. The phantom vanishes, leaving only the man, smaller than memory allowed. The flames that once crowned him flicker and die, leaving behind the faint shimmer of moonlight, the light he once enslaved. Perhaps in that moment, he sees it clearly for the first time. That light, when unbound, asks for nothing. It neither commands nor kneels. It simply exists. And perhaps just before the darkness takes him, he understands that all his grandeur was only a shadow cast upon ice. The pontiff's legacy is that of ambition untethered by humility. He saw the fire's power and sought to master it. He saw the dark stillness and sought to cage it. In doing so, he became both god and prisoner. His rule reminds us that tyranny and faith are born from the same spark, the desire to make the world obey an idea. But the world, like the flame, obeys no one for long. Beyond his death, the profaned flame still breathes beneath Irithyll, whispering through the cracks of stone like a heartbeat. It will find new hosts, new tyrants, new kings. For though Sullivan is gone, his truth remains, that fire, when chained, becomes cruelty, and that in the hands of man, the divine always burns a little colder. At the edge of all things, where the sky meets ash and the wind carries only the sigh of extinguished embers, lies the kingdom of Lothric, the final citadel built in defiance of the dying light. Its towers rise into the grey heavens, like the bones of a forgotten god, each spire a prayer cast upward, unanswered. Once a beacon of nobility and learning, it has now become the quiet mausoleum of an age refusing to end. The people have long since turned to dust, and the thrones of its lords sit empty. Yet even in ruin, Lothric remains sacred, for here the last decision of the world was made, not to save the flame, but to let it die. Lothric's founding came in the twilight of the Age of Fire, when the great kingdoms that once sustained the cycle began to crumble beneath their own exhaustion. The fire had been linked and rekindled countless times, each act buying only another brief dawn before darkness returned. The scholars of Lothric, wise in the ways of the soul, saw what others would not, that the flame was not eternal, that its preservation had become an illusion maintained through sacrifice and denial. And so, they built their kingdom not to serve the fire, but to study it, to watch it fade, and perhaps to understand what came after. At the center of their realm rose the Grand Archives, a labyrinth of books, dust, and fading knowledge. Its shelves reached beyond sight, filled with scrolls that recorded the history of every age that had come before. Here, truth was not revered, but dissected. The The scholars whispered among themselves that perhaps the gods had lied, that perhaps the linking of the fire was not salvation, but bondage. These whispers grew into heresy, and heresy into philosophy. The kingdom's rulers, the royal family of Lothric, embraced these doubts and built their legacy upon them. King Akeiros, known as the Consumed King, was the first to succumb to the kingdom's obsession with transcendence. In his pursuit of divinity, he sought to merge his humanity with dragonkind, believing that the dragons, creatures untouched by flame or dark, had achieved the stillness he craved. He abandoned his throne and his mind alike, retreating into the gardens beneath his palace to cradle the invisible form of a child that may never have existed. His transformation was not ascension, but decay, his faith, not wisdom, but delusion. He became a monster, not because he sought power, but because he could not bear the limits of being human. His queen, once radiant with grace, vanished into legend. Some say she fled into the night with their firstborn son, Lorien, a warrior whose body burned with the same curse that afflicted his bloodline. Others claim she took her own life, unable to watch her kingdom crumble under the weight of prophecy. Whatever her fate, her absence left a void that her sons would never fill. The younger Prince Lothric was born frail and dying, a child marked from birth by the fading flame. To him, the curse was not punishment, but revelation. He saw the truth that his father had feared, that the cycle of fire was a lie, and that to link the flame was to perpetuate suffering. The twin princes grew inseparable, bound by love and despair. Lorien, the elder, sacrificed his body to bear his brother's burden, becoming crippled and mute in exchange for Lothric's strength. Together, they rejected their destiny as Lords of Cinder. When the bell tolled to summon them to the kiln, they refused to answer. "Let the fire fade," the younger said. "Let it die, and let it all be forgotten." In that single act of defiance, they doomed their kingdom and fulfilled its purpose. The world responded as it always does, with silence and decay. The skies over Lothric dimmed, the sun, once golden, turned pale and cold. The great city of High Wall began to fold inward upon itself, its battlements twisting and collapsing as though time itself recoiled. Dragons, sensing the end, descended from the clouds to roost upon the towers, their ancient forms blending with the stone. The people became hollow, wandering aimlessly through the courtyards where light no longer reached. The fire had not yet died, but it no longer commanded reverence. It burned faintly, like a memory fading from the mind of a dying man. When the unkindled arrives at Lothric Castle, they find a kingdom suspended between dream and death. The halls are vast but empty, the chandeliers swaying gently as if stirred by breath no longer present. Knights stand motionless until disturbed, their armor gleaming like tombstone metal. The very air is heavy with resignation. It is a place where nothing ends and nothing continues, where time has folded in on itself to preserve the illusion of order. The kingdom still stands because its people have forgotten how to fall. At the peak of the castle, beyond the grand archives and through the hall of faded banners, the unkindled finds the twin princes. Lorien kneels before his brother, his body a ruin of ash and agony. Lothric, frail and pale, sits upon his back like a ghost born by loyalty. They speak not with malice, but with weary recognition. "Oh, dear brother," Lothric murmurs, "I'm sorry I failed you." His voice is not defiant. It is tender, almost mournful. The ensuing battle feels less like confrontation and more like ritual, a tragic fulfillment of fate long resisted. The princes fight as one, their souls intertwined, their strength drawn from love rather than pride. and when they fall, their final words echo softly. Now you'll have your rest. In death, the twin princes complete the circle they sought to escape. Their souls are claimed and placed upon their throne in Firelink Shrine, joining the others who answered the bell. But unlike the rest, their defiance lingers. Their ashes are not warm. They're cold, as if the flame itself respects their refusal. The Firekeeper speaks of them with sadness, not anger. Prince Lothric was born to link the fire, she says, but he chose instead to watch the flame fade. He is the last hope of this world. In her tone lies both admiration and fear, for she knows what his decision means, that the end has truly begun. Philosophically, Lothric's story is the culmination of every age. Before it, the moment when understanding surpasses faith. The prince's refusal to link the fire is not rebellion, but enlightenment. They have seen the endless cycle of light and dark, of sacrifice and renewal, and they choose non-participation. Their inaction is their victory, their silence, their song. In their stillness, they achieve what the gods never could, the courage to let go. Yet even this wisdom carries sorrow, for to end the cycle is to erase the meaning that sustained it. Without fire, there is no struggle, no memory, no self. What remains is peace, and peace, in this world, feels indistinguishable from nothingness. The architecture of Lothric reflects this paradox. Its towers are impossibly tall, stretching toward a sun that no longer shines, while its lower levels sink into darkness. The city seems to reach for both heaven and the abyss, suspended eternally between them. In that balance lies the beauty of its ruin, a monument to futility that becomes, through its honesty, sublime. And so, when the unkindled leaves Lothric Castle, carrying the ashes of the twin princes, there is no triumph in their heart, only quiet comprehension. They have seen the last great kingdom of men, the final testament of a race that learned too late that not every fire must be kept. The bells continue to toll, the flame continues to flicker, but now the sound feels hollow, echoing through a world that no longer listens. Perhaps that is why Lothric endures, even as everything else collapses. It is not a kingdom, but a question made stone. If the fire dies, and nothing rises to replace it, what remains of us? The heart of Lothric beats not in its great cathedral or its vast archives, but in a single chamber at the peak of the world, a place suspended between light and dark, where the last embers of divine purpose flicker like dying stars. There, amid the remnants of banners and the ash of fallen generations, two figures remain. One is broken, his flesh charred and twisted from devotion. The other is frail, his body a whisper of life, yet his gaze unwavering. These are the twin princes, Lothric and Lorien, the final heirs of a dying flame and the embodiment of humanity's most painful revelation. That the fire, once sacred, has become a curse too cruel to continue. Theirs is a story of love and refusal, of sacrifice inverted. Lothric, the younger, was born sickly, his veins carrying the weight of the fading flame. From his first breath, the priest declared his birth a blessing, a sign that the gods had chosen him to be the next to link the fire. Yet every attempt to strengthen him, every prayer, every ritual, every drop of royal blood, only deepened his frailty. The boy who was meant to save the world could scarcely stand. His life stretched thin between pain and prophecy. In his suffering, he saw the truth that none dared speak, that the fire's hunger would never end, that to link it was to feed an unquenchable god of ashes. Lorien, the elder, was everything his brother was not: strong, brave, radiant with the vigor of youth. He was a knight of golden flame, the kind of sun that could inspire entire kingdoms. Yet when he learned of his brother's fate, he refused to accept it. Out of love and defiance, he begged the scholars to let him take Lothric's place at the kiln. But the fire chooses not by will, but by blood and curse, and the flame had marked Lothric alone. So Lorien made another choice. He bound his soul to his brother's, taking upon himself the agony that the younger could not bear. The link that should have burned Lothric alive instead crippled Lorien, twisting his body into a ruin of ash and molten pain. From that day onward, the elder crawled while the younger watched, united by love that both saved and imprisoned them. This act, noble, tragic, and futile, defines the kingdom of Lothric. The scholars and clergy hailed it as a miracle, calling the princes divine twins, chosen to share a single destiny. But to Lothric, it was a revelation. He saw in his brother's suffering the proof of the fire's cruelty. The flame, he realized, did not reward devotion. It consumed it. Every age of light was built upon bodies like Lorien's. Heroes burned alive to keep the illusion of warmth alive for another generation. He came to see the entire cycle as a lie, one that demanded endless death in exchange for nothing eternal. When the bell clanged to summon him to the kiln, he refused not out of weakness, but out of clarity. "Let the fire fade," he said. "Let it die, and let the world sleep." Lorien obeyed, not as a knight, but as a brother. Bound by their shared curse, he guarded Lothric's chamber against all who sought to enforce the god's will. Together, they watched as kingdoms collapsed, as dragons returned to their perches, as the skies dimmed to twilight. They did not despair. In their stillness, there was peace. A peace born not of ignorance, but of acceptance. They became witnesses to the end, the silent monarchs of entropy. When the unkindled arrives to face them, it is not a battle between good and evil, but between conviction and inevitability. The chamber itself feels like a shrine to futility. Ash drifts through the air like snow. The light from above is pale, neither sun nor moon, but something between. Lorien kneels beside his brother, his greatsword resting on the floor. Lothric does not rise. He looks upon the intruder with pity, not hatred, and says softly, "Oh, dear brother, I'm sorry I failed you." His voice trembles, not with fear, but with the quiet grief of one who has long since accepted his own end. The fight that follows is one of the most intimate tragedies in the history of the flame. Lorien moves like a wounded animal, his every motion an act of devotion. His strikes are fueled not by rage, but by duty. Each blow a plea to spare his brother from destiny. The ground trembles beneath his blade, the air rippling with the remnants of the fire he once bore. When he falls, it is not to defeat, but to release. The unkindled's final strike brings silence, and for a moment, the chamber breathes again. But then, with a trembling whisper, Lothric speaks, "Oh, dear brother, lend me thy strength." His hand reaches out, his pale fingers brushing the ashes on the floor. The light flickers. The elder's body stirs. Through sheer will and love, Lothric resurrects Lorien, not as man, but as vessel. Their souls merge, their hearts beat as one, and together they rise again, defying death one final time. The air fills with light, not of divine radiance, but of desperation. The flame returns in miniature, burning through their bodies as they fight in tandem. Two wills, one sorrow. This second phase is less a duel than a requiem. Every motion speaks of longing, the brothers' unity, their defiance, their refusal to yield even as their flesh burns anew. They are not enemies of the unkindled, they are mirrors, reflecting the same truth that drives all who seek the flame. Both fight because they cannot do otherwise. Both know that victory changes nothing, and when at last the brothers fall for the final time, it feels not like triumph, but mourning. Lothric collapses beside his brother's corpse, his thin arm draped across Lorien's back, and whispers, "Now, you'll have your rest." Their souls, taken to Firelink's shrine and placed upon their throne, emit no warmth. They smoulder faintly, their ashes pale and cool, as though the fire itself hesitates to consume them. Even the firekeeper's voice falters when she speaks of them. "Prince Lothric was born to link the fire," she says softly, but chose instead to watch it fade. Her words are neither judgment nor praise. They are prayer. The prince's decision represents the culmination of humanity's awakening, the moment when mankind ceases to serve the god's cycle and chooses, at last, to end it. Philosophically, their refusal is the most profound act in Dark Souls. To refuse the flame is not to embrace darkness, it is to embrace truth. It is an assertion that meaning cannot be sustained by repetition, that an endless cycle of sacrifice is indistinguishable from imprisonment. In their defiance, the princes embody what the hollows of Londor only theorized, the courage to say no. And yet, as with all truth in this world, it comes too late. For the flame, though dying, still endures, and so long as it endures, its cycle will find another host. The twins' tragedy lies not in their death, but in their understanding. They have seen the end, but they cannot make it real. Their refusal is symbolic, not absolute. Even in denying the fire, they remain bound to it, their ashes fueling the very shrine they sought to deny. This is the ultimate cruelty of the god's design, that even rebellion becomes part of the pattern. The fire feeds on defiance as easily as it feeds on devotion. And yet, there is beauty in their failure, for in that moment of refusal, however brief, they glimpse freedom. Theirs is not a victory measured in survival, but in awareness. They are the first to see the fire not as destiny, but as disease, and to choose compassion over duty. Their love for one another, the bond that began in sacrifice and ended in defiance, becomes the one pure thing left in a world of decay. When all else is ash, that love remains untarnished. It is said that after their fall, the chamber where they died grew colder than the rest of the castle, the air heavy with the stillness of finality. The light that filtered through the cracked windows became soft, eternal dusk. And sometimes, when the wind passes through, the faint echo of two voices can be heard. One strong and hoarse, the other gentle and calm. Not words, but a hum, low and steady, like the lullaby of a world learning to rest. Perhaps, in that silence, the brothers have found what they sought. Not fire, not eternity, but peace. In every age, no matter how many flames are lit, or how many heroes rise to link them, there is always a single figure waiting in the shadows of the shrine. She does not fight, she does not speak loudly, she does not command armies, nor bear the burden of crowns. And yet, she is the axis upon which the entire world turns. She is the firekeeper, the tender of embers, the guardian of souls, and the last witness to every ending. Her hands are always outstretched, her voice always calm, her purpose both sacred and sorrowful, to nurture the flame that devours everything she loves. She is blind, not by chance, but by choice. Her eyes, veiled beneath cloth, are not weak. They are too strong. To see the flame as it truly is would be to see all things at once. Every birth, every death, every illusion that keeps men and gods alike from despair. Her blindness is mercy, to herself and to the world she serves. For sight, in this universe, is suffering. Light burns too clearly, revealing the futility that faith must conceal. In the dark behind her veil, she finds focus, and in that focus, peace. The Firekeeper's lineage stretches back to the dawn of fire. Each generation of keepers has watched over a shrine, each one bound to the same paradox: to protect what must inevitably destroy them. They are the intermediaries between humanity and the flame, neither divine nor mortal, existing in the fragile space between. They are both mothers and martyrs, women who cradle fire as though it were a child, knowing it will one day consume them. And though their faces change across ages, their voice remains the same, soft, eternal, echoing through time like memory repeating itself. The Firekeeper of Lothric's era, the one who greets the unkindled at Firelink Shrine, is different from those who came before. She does not speak of glory or duty. Her words are those of mourning and quiet compassion. "Ashen One," she says gently, "bring me souls plucked from their vessels. Let them rest within me." There is no zeal in her tone, only acceptance. She does not command the unkindled to serve the flame. She offers them a choice. And that, perhaps, is the greatest shift in all the world's long history, the shift from obedience to understanding. For the Firekeeper has seen what the gods once denied. She knows that the flame's power comes not from divinity, but from suffering. Each linking of fire is an act of sacrifice, a life reduced to cinder so that others may forget the cold. It is a kindness and a cruelty entwined. In her eyes that have seen through time's veils and chosen darkness, there is no longer any difference between salvation and damnation. The fire consumes both alike. When she kneels before the bonfire, her prayer is not to the gods, but to the flame itself. She whispers to it, as one might whisper to a dying lover, "Ashen One, mayst thou thy peace discover." Her words are not commandment, but benediction. She speaks not to demand continuation, but to offer release. Through her, the world learns to soften its grip upon eternity. It is she who guides the unkindled through every stage of their pilgrimage. She strengthens their souls, draws out their essence, and tends their embers with infinite patience. Each time the unkindled dies, she waits in silence, her faith unwavering. She does not mourn their suffering, for she understands that suffering is the language of the fire, the only way it remembers the living. And yet, beneath her composure lies compassion. When the unkindled falters, she does not chastise. When they stray into darkness, she does not withdraw. She serves all paths alike, for her loyalty is not to light or dark, but to balance. In the end, when the unkindled stands at the kiln of the first flame, it is she who offers the final choice. Her voice trembles slightly as she asks, "Ashen One, let the flame fade into the dark where it was born. Then we shall have peace." It is not a plea, it is a prayer. She has waited countless ages for one who would have the strength to deny the cycle, to let the fire die with dignity rather than fear. And yet, even as she speaks, there is sorrow in her tone, for she knows that peace and oblivion are one and the same. Should the unkindled choose to link the fire, she watches in silence as the flame consumes them. Her hands fold across her chest, her head bowed. The fire rises, blinding and eternal, and for a moment it seems as if the age might continue forever. But the Firekeeper knows better. She has seen this light before. She has heard these screams, smelled this burning. Every act of sacrifice is but another verse in an endless song. When the fire burns too bright, she weeps, not for the fallen, but for the world itself, trapped again in its own radiance. But if the unkindled chooses to let the flame fade, the Firekeeper steps forward into the darkness. The screen dims, the light falters, and her voice fills the void. "Ashen One, with the Lords as thy witness, May the flame fade and the dark returneth. The words are not victory, they are farewell. In her hands she cradles the last ember, watching as its glow dims to nothing. The world falls into blackness, soft and unthreatening. The silence that follows is not emptiness, but peace. Now, only endless nights remain, she whispers, and yet we are not alone. There is a secret to her compassion, hinted at in fragments throughout the shrine's dialogue and items. The Firekeeper, too, bears a soul of humanity. She is not a divine creation, but a human who has chosen to dedicate her essence to tending the flame. Her link to the dark is what gives her the strength to hold the fire without fear. In this, she embodies the union that the gods spent their lives denying, the marriage of light and dark within a single being. She is both flame and abyss, warmth and stillness. And though her purpose is to serve, her presence is an act of quiet rebellion. Her most profound moment comes when the unkindled finds her eyes, literal relics of sight preserved from an ancient firekeeper who once glimpsed the future. When these eyes are given to her, she trembles. Her voice quivers, not with fear, but awe. Ashen One, she breathes. These eyes show me the tiny flames that dance within the darkness, and in them I see the end of the age of fire. From then on, her prayers change. No longer does she ask for the fire's safety. Instead, she prays for its rest. Ashen One, she says, mayst thou thy peace discover. If the unkindled allows her to keep these eyes, and if the flame is extinguished, the Firekeeper's ending becomes the gentlest apocalypse in all of dark souls. She stands upon the ashen plain, holding the last ember in her hands. Around her, the world fades into an infinite dusk. Her voice breaks the silence. Ashen One, let them fade into the dark where flame was born. Then she pauses and adds something no Firekeeper has ever dared to say. Perhaps someday, tiny flames will dance again. In that moment, the darkness ceases to feel like death. It feels like renewal. Philosophically, the Firekeeper is the synthesis of the series' great duality, where the gods sought to preserve the fire through domination and the hollows sought to claim it through rebellion. She alone tends it through love. She does not seek to control it, nor to end it prematurely. She nurtures it gently, allowing it to find its own death. Through her, the cycle gains meaning, not as endless suffering, but as a natural rhythm. She embodies acceptance, the kind of wisdom that arises when one no longer seeks to triumph over the world, but to accompany it into silence. And yet, even her serenity holds melancholy. The Firekeeper knows that peace cannot last. Should a new flame rise, she will awaken again, her memory erased, her vigil renewed. She will guide another unkindled, and another after that, until the end of ends. Her role is eternal, and she accepts it without resentment. For in her calm, there is understanding that to serve existence, even in its futility, is still an act of grace. When the fire finally fades and the screen turns black, the player hears only her breathing, steady, soft, alive. That sound, more than any light or revelation, is the true ending of Dark Souls III. It is the breath of one who has seen everything end and still chooses to care. In her stillness, the world finds its last mercy. The Firekeeper does not save the world, nor does she destroy it. She simply watches it end the way all things must, slowly, quietly, beautifully. And in her hands, the final ember glows for just a moment longer, long enough to remind us that even at the end of all cycles, there is still warmth. At the world's end, beyond the reach of wind or memory, lies a wasteland of ash, a horizon without sky, a silence without echo. This is the kiln of the first flame, where the story began and where it must always end. Once, it was a place of glory. The gods stood here in radiance, and their light stretched across the firmament like an unbroken hymn. Now it is hollowed, the very earth scorched into glass by countless ages of burning. The air glows with residual fire, and beneath the ashen crust, embers still pulse like the slow heartbeat of a dying god. It is here that the unkindled walks, burdened by the ashes of all who came before, lords, kings, saints, monsters, each consumed by the same unending desire to preserve what could not be preserved. The journey to this place has been long, but the truth it reveals is simple. The fire has always demanded a body. From Gwyn to the nameless lords who followed, each age has been built upon the sacrifice of one soul large enough to sustain the flame's hunger. When the light begins to fade, the world grows desperate, searching for another to throw into the fire. It is an endless pattern of salvation through destruction, devotion through immolation. And now, the unkindled stands where all those heroes stood before them, the final heir to the greatest lie ever told. That burning is redemption. The kiln itself feels alive, breathing with the remnants of countless sacrifices. The ground glows faintly with molten veins. Ash drifts through the air like snow that has forgotten coldness. In the distance stands the soul of Cinder, a being not of flesh, but of memory, an amalgamation of every lord who ever linked the flame. It is not one entity, but all of them. The echo of their devotion, their fear, their endless surrender. When it raises its sword, one can almost see the silhouettes within it. Gwyn's desperate fervour, the chosen undead's determination, the bearer of the curse's resignation. The soul of Cinder is the personification of the cycle itself, a god made from repetition. The battle that follows is not a struggle against evil, but against inevitability. The unkindled is not fighting an enemy, but the idea of eternity. Every movement of the soul of Cinder mirrors the history of fire. At first, it fights as a warrior of old, its blade crackling with lightning and flame, a reflection of the god's era. Then it shifts, wielding sorcery, miracles, and pyromancy in turn, cycling through the expressions of every age that came before. Each transformation is an act of remembrance, as if the flame itself mourns its own history. In its final phase, the soul of Cinder drops all pretense of grandeur and fights as a man, a simple warrior whose sword is heavy with sorrow. It kneels, strikes, and parries not with the power of divinity, but with the fragility of humanity. And in that form, its attacks echo the movements of Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, whose first linking of the fire began this cycle. The music shifts, mournful and intimate, and one feels less like a combatant and more like a witness to a eulogy. The flame flickers around him as he swings, and in those brief flashes of light, one can almost see the moment of his fall repeated endlessly through time. When the unkindled defeats the soul of Cinder, the battlefield grows still. The ashes settle. The flame, small, flickering, fragile, waits at the centre of the kiln, burning low like a candle surrounded by corpses. The unkindled approaches, their body weary, their armour dusted with the residue of all that has perished. They kneel. The fire stretches toward them, eager, pleading, and in that instant, the player faces the question that has haunted the world since its first dawn. Will you link the fire, or will you let it die? To link the fire is to give oneself entirely to it, to burn so that others may feel its warmth for a while longer. The unkindled lays down their weapon, extends their hands, and allows the flame to take them. The fire accepts the offering with almost tender eagerness. It crawls up the arms, through the chest, into the eyes, consuming flesh and bone until there is nothing left but light. The world flares once more, the horizon bleeding gold, and for a brief, terrible moment, everything seems renewed. The sky shimmers, the wind stirs, the cycle begins again. But this renewal is not rebirth, it is repetition. The new flame burns on the ashes of the old, its warmth born of the same suffering. In linking the fire, the unkindled does not save the world, they simply delay its end. This act of devotion, so long celebrated as noble, is revealed to be the greatest tragedy of all, the perpetuation of pain disguised as hope. The gods built their age upon this lie, and humanity, bound by habit, continues it. Even the firekeeper, watching from afar, speaks not of triumph, but pity. "Ashen one," she whispers, her voice trembling, "thou hast given of thyself. The fire shall burn again, but at what cost?" And yet, there is something achingly human in the act. To burn for others is the essence of compassion, even when it leads to ruin. The unkindled sacrifice is not blind faith, but empathy, the desire to spare the world one last winter. Perhaps this too is meaning, to choose kindness even when one knows it will not last. In that moment, the unkindled becomes both savior and victim, joining the unending lineage of those who love the world too much to let it go. Philosophically, the linking of the fire represents the eternal recurrence of suffering, the repetition of history driven by fear of oblivion. Each hero believes their sacrifice unique, but in truth, they are all echoes. The fire demands identity, yet erases all who give themselves to it. This is the essence of the curse of flame, that in seeking to preserve life, it consumes it. And still, humanity cannot look away. The fire's glow is too beautiful, its promise too comforting. Even knowing it is a lie, they reach for it, again and again. But there is another truth beneath this tragedy. To choose the fire, even knowing its futility, is to affirm existence itself. It is to say, though this will end, I will give my light anyway. It is an act of defiance against despair. Where the gods linked the fire out of fear, the unkindled may do so out of love. That difference, small and impermanent though it is, gives meaning to the sacrifice. The fire may not last forever, but the act of kindling it, of choosing hope in the face of certain failure, is the purest expression of what it means to be human. The world brightens one last time. The camera lingers upon the flame, swelling and breathing. The ash that had blanketed the ground begins to rise, swirling upward in golden motes. For a fleeting instant, it seems as though the fire has triumphed over darkness. But then the light steadies, softens, and the realization settles in. It is the same flame, the same story, burning again upon the same stage. The player's hand, outstretched and burning, fades into silhouette. The screen glows white, then black. And in the darkness, the firekeeper's voice returns, distant and serene. "Ashen one, mayest thou thy peace discover." Her words linger, neither comfort nor curse, but acknowledgement. The fire continues. The world spins. The cycle repeats. And beneath it all, the ash remembers. Perhaps one day, another unkindled will awaken, drawn to the faint warmth of this same fire, believing once more that they can save what cannot be saved. And perhaps that, too, is grace, that even at the end of time, humanity refuses to surrender its longing for light. There comes a moment, after the last ember sighs and the last wind falters, when the world no longer remembers how to burn. It is not a violent ending. There are no screams, no collapse, no sudden fall into void. The fire does not die with sound, but with silence. A silence so complete, it feels like forgiveness. The kiln cools, the horizon dims, the air itself ceases to shimmer. This is the end of fire, not as apocalypse, but as peace. The first flame has gone out before. It has waned, flickered, been rekindled 1,000 times, but never has it been allowed to truly rest. Always, someone, God, king, or wanderer, has thrown themselves into its heart, forcing it to live against its nature. For fire, like all things, is meant to die. Only in its fading can the world begin again. The gods denied this truth out of fear. The hollows sought to claim it out of pride. But in this age, the unkindled makes a different choice. Not to preserve, not to conquer, but to release. When the unkindled turns away from the flame and lets it gutter out, the world exhales. The light contracts to a single, trembling spark, then vanishes into the void. For an instant, there is nothing, no sound, no colour, no shape. Then, slowly, the darkness blossoms, vast and soft as an ocean. The sky, once red with ash, deepens into black. The ground, once scorched, cools to dust. The souls of the dead, no longer bound by flame's command, begin to drift. They rise like mist, losing their edges, merging gently into the deep. And through that darkness moves a single figure, the firekeeper. She walks barefoot through the cooling ash, her steps soundless. In her hands, she carries what remains of the flame, not a fire, but a memory, glowing faintly like a heart still beating out of habit. She kneels upon the ashen ground and cradles it. The world is gone, yet she is not afraid. She has waited for this silence all her life. The flame is no longer something to serve or fear. It is something to comfort. Her voice breaks the quiet, soft as the rustle of leaves. Ashen one, let them fade into the dark where flame was born. She speaks not to the fire, but to the world, to the souls of all who burned, all who fought, all who dreamed of eternity. Her words are both lullaby and benediction. The flame flickers once more in her palms, then dwindles to nothing. A faint light lingers on her face, and then even that fades. What remains is warmth, not physical, but remembered. In that moment, the universe holds its breath. The age of fire, which began in glory and ended in exhaustion, passes fully into myth. Time loses its grip. Without the flame to dictate rhythm, cause and effect dissolve. There is no sunrise, no sunset, only perpetual dusk, infinite and unmoving. The land becomes a tapestry of silhouettes, frozen in serenity. Mountains no longer cast shadows. Oceans cease to reflect. The air thickens with stillness. The dark, once feared as void, reveals itself as fullness, the quiet totality from which all things once came. The end of fire is not annihilation, but reconciliation. The light does not vanish into nothing. It returns to its source. Every ember, every spark of life dissolves back into the vast dark that birthed it. The gods are gone, their thrones cold, their monuments reduced to memory. The undead are gone, their curses lifted by irrelevance. Humanity, unbound at last from its dual inheritance of light and shadow, becomes part of something larger, something whole. And yet, even in this absolute stillness, there is motion. Not the motion of bodies or wind, but of thought. Within the dark, tiny currents form, whispers of potential, the suggestion of new beginnings. The firekeeper herself feels it as a pulse beneath her palms, faint and irregular. She smiles, understanding. The darkness is not dead, it dreams. Her final words are gentle, almost tender. Perhaps someday tiny flames will dance again. It is not hope she speaks of, but inevitability. For even in perfect silence, the memory of fire endures. Within the black ocean of the abyss, those fragments begin to stir. They are not yet light, but longing, the first movement toward creation. The cycle, though ended, contains within its stillness the seed of another. But for now, there is rest. Philosophically, the end of fire is the natural resolution of all the world's suffering. It represents the acceptance of impermanence, the surrender of the ego's need for continuation. The gods feared darkness because it erased distinction. Humanity feared it because it erased identity. Yet only in that erasure can peace exist. In letting the fire die, the unkindled commits the most selfless act possible, the refusal to impose their will upon reality. It is an act of faith not in gods, but in the universe itself, a trust that life does not need to be forced to matter. In the imagery of Dark Souls the Thrower, this ending is hauntingly beautiful. The screen fades to black, but the sound remains. The faint rustle of ash, the firekeeper's breath, the distant hum of the void. Then, slowly, a faint light blooms on the horizon. Not flame, but reflection, as though the dark itself remembers the shape of light. It is ambiguous, like the closing of a dream. We do not know if this light marks a new beginning, or simply memory's afterglow. The game does not answer because it need not. The question itself is the point, for the end of fire is not an ending at all. It is the release from the need for endings. It is the point at which narrative dissolves, where purpose gives way to presence. The world doesn't fall into ruin. It simply stops, needing to continue. The firekeeper's stillness becomes the final truth of existence. That peace is not something to be won, but something to be remembered. Yet even in this serenity, a shadow of longing remains. The firekeeper is content, but the player, the unseen soul who walked through ash and flame to reach this point, feels the weight of emptiness. It is not despair, but nostalgia. For though the fire's tyranny is broken, its beauty is missed. There is a subtle ache in realizing that the light, even in its cruelty, gave form to things. Without it, all distinctions fade. It is the ache of understanding that peace demands the death of passion. And perhaps that is the greatest truth Dark Souls ever whispered, that to end the cycle is to end meaning itself. To be free is to be nothing. The unkindled's choice, noble though it is, carries that burden. They have ended the god's dominion, broken the curse, quieted the flame, but in doing so, they have silenced the world's voice. What remains is absolute balance, darkness eternal, serene and unchanging. The long, long night has begun, but even in that night, something stirs. A flicker, small as breath, unseen but inevitable. It will not be tomorrow, nor in 1,000 ages, but one day, somewhere in the deep, a spark will remember how to burn. And when it does, the fire will rise again, not as curse, but as question. For now, though, the world rests. The ash cools. The firekeeper kneels in the endless dusk, her hands empty at last. Around her, the air is soft, the dark unbroken. There is no more pain, no more duty, no more time. Only the quiet hum of a universe at peace with itself. And then, as though carried on the breath of the void, comes the faintest whisper. Her own voice, eternal and tender. Ashen one, mayst thou thy peace discover. Not all endings are quiet. Not every flame dies in peace. Deep beneath the sanctuaries of gods, below the ashes of kingdoms and the bones of dragons, another fire waits. A fire that does not burn, but consumes. It is not the flame of creation, nor the abyss of dissolution. It is something born of both. The black fire of humanity, shimmering faintly with stolen divinity. And in that shadowed glow rises a new sovereign. Not of light, not of dark, but of everything that came between. The age that follows is neither sun nor abyss. It is the age of hollows. When the unkindled accepts the hand of Uriah of Londor, and follows her through the rites of usurpation, the path diverges from all that came before. The others sought to preserve the fire or to let it fade. The Lord of Hollows seeks to claim it, to seize the very source of the god's dominion and make it human. The act itself is ancient, born from the teachings of the Sable Church, who carried the serpent's prophecy through centuries of shadow. They believed that the fire, though divine, was not untouchable, that within every fragment of humanity lay a spark of its power. If one could gather enough of these fragments through hollowing, through death, through love and despair, then the fire itself could be made to bend. To usurp the flame is not to destroy it, but to rewrite its nature. The unkindled, guided by Uria's voice, becomes vessel for the dark and the light alike. Through the union of the dark sign and the first flame, they create a new equilibrium, a flame that burns black and silver, shimmering with the depth of shadow and the warmth of life. It is a heresy against gods and hollows both, an impossible fusion of opposites. Yet in this heresy lies the truest reflection of humanity's soul. Defiance made divine. The ritual begins long before the kiln. It begins in the choices made along the journey, in the gathering of the dark sigils granted by Yoel of Londor, in the acceptance of hollowing, in the quiet acknowledgement that corruption and salvation are the same. Each sigil represents a fragment of self willingly surrendered, a step toward becoming something beyond human. When the unkindled kneels before Yoel, they do not receive blessing, they receive infection, the slow spread of the dark through their soul. And yet, that darkness brings clarity. It teaches them to see the world as it truly is, cyclical, decaying, and hungry for meaning. As their hollowing deepens, Uria appears. Her presence is both comforting and chilling, a voice of reason wrapped in mourning. Thy purpose is noble, she tells the unkindled, to take the fire and make it thine own. This is our destiny, the true end of man. Her words echo with centuries of faith twisted into philosophy. She believes that the god's theft of the flame was an act of betrayal, a robbery of humanity's rightful inheritance. To reclaim it is to restore balance. But there is something else in her tone, a devotion not to justice, but to the person standing before her. To Uria, the unkindled is not merely champion, they are Messiah, the culmination of Londor's long patience. When the final bell tolls and the unkindled enters the kiln, they do so not as servant, but as rival. The soul of Cinder still waits, still burning with the collective memory of every lord who came before. But this time, the flame it guards does not hunger for another god. It senses the dark approaching, the deep, ancient dark that it has always feared. The battle that follows is not between ages but between essences. The light lashes out in rage, desperate to preserve its illusion. The dark absorbs each blow without hatred, as if pitying its sibling's desperation. When the unkindled at last defeats the soul of Cinder, they do not kneel. They stand. The flame quivers before them, expectant, uncertain. The firekeeper's voice, far away, murmurs her usual prayer. Ashen one, mayest thou thy peace discover. But this time, the unkindled does not answer her call. They do not step away, nor do they bow. Instead, they reach out, not to feed the flame, but to take it. Their hand closes around the fire, and for the first time in eternity, the flame resists. It writhes, struggling to escape, but the unkindled holds firm. The light flares, roaring with all the voices of the gods, but their cries fade into silence as the dark envelops them. The screen glows white, then black. When sight returns, the world is changed. The unkindled stands upon the ashen plain, the flame still in their grasp. But it no longer burns red or gold. It burns with a deep, tranquil shadow, pulsing faintly with veins of blue. Around them, the air ripples like water, The firekeeper kneels before them, her voice trembling, uncertain. "Ashen One, my lord," she whispers. Her head bows lower, as though she fears to meet the gaze of what now stands before her. The unkindled, now Lord of Hollows, has become something neither human nor divine. They have transcended disparity. Behind the firekeeper, figures begin to emerge, shapes barely visible against the dark horizon. They are the hollowed, the pilgrims of Londor, the remnants of mankind's long suffering. Their bodies are twisted, their faces forgotten, yet they move with purpose. One by one, they kneel. They do not worship as slaves, but as witnesses. They see in the new flame not tyranny, but reflection. It is their hunger, their sorrow, their endless dying, made luminous. Uria's voice drifts through the air, carried like smoke. "My lord, I prithee, usurp the flame, and let the Lords of Cinder serve thee." Her words are triumph and farewell. For in this moment, the prophecy she guarded through lifetimes is fulfilled. Humanity has reclaimed the fire. The age of gods is truly over. The fire no longer burns by divine right. It burns by mortal will. But this victory, like all in Dark Souls, is not pure. The Age of Hollows begins not with joy, but with quiet unease. The fire has changed, yes, but it has not vanished. It is no longer golden, yet it still burns. The world, once shaped by disparity, now quivers in ambiguity. The boundaries between life and death blur. Time fractures. Cities fade and reform in strange configurations. The hollows, no longer cursed, begin to multiply, no longer empty, but formless, their individuality dissolving in the shared will of their new lord. Humanity, freed from divine chains, begins to consume itself anew. Philosophically, the usurpation of fire represents the ultimate act of human rebellion and its inevitable corruption. To seize the divine is to perpetuate the very hierarchy one sought to escape. The Lord of Hollows rejects the gods, but in doing so, becomes one. The fire that once enslaved men now answers to a human master, but it still demands sacrifice. The names have changed. The pattern endures. This is the tragedy at the heart of the Hollow Age. Freedom that recreates bondage, power that consumes its wielder. And yet, there is meaning in the attempt. For in claiming the fire, humanity affirms itself as creator, not inheritor. The Lord of Hollows embodies the courage to grasp what was once forbidden, to look upon the god's fire and see not judgment, but opportunity. In this act, the cycle bends, even if it does not break. The fire becomes darker, gentler, quieter. It burns not to blind, but to remember. It is the flame of all who were lost, all who were forgotten, all who refused to die quietly. As the camera lingers upon the horizon, the firekeeper raises her gaze to the Lord of Hollows. Her blind eyes reflect the black flame, shimmering faintly with understanding. "The age of men begins anew," she says softly. "But my lord, will it be different this time?" The Lord does not answer. The silence stretches, deep and infinite. Then, slowly, they turn away, their shadow merging with the horizon, their fire pulsing like a distant heartbeat. The scene fades to black, leaving only the sound of wind across ash, a wind that carries both endings and beginnings. The usurpation of fire is not victory, not peace. It is humanity's inheritance, the burden of freedom, the cost of self-awareness, the endless weight of choice. And perhaps that's fitting, for in this world there are no final triumphs, only the grace of continuation. The flame may change colour, but it will always burn. And so long as it does, someone will always walk toward it, seeking warmth or power or simply meaning. In the quiet halls of Firelink Shrine, where the embers never quite die and the walls seem to breathe with the sighs of the ancient, there stands a figure draped in black. Her voice is low, her movements measured, her presence like the echo of a prayer long forgotten. She is Uria of Londor, sister of Shadow, herald of the hollow prophecy, and the final hand that guides the unkindled toward humanity's ascension. In a world where gods have burned and kingdoms have crumbled, she is one of the few who still believes in purpose. But her faith is not in flame, nor in light. It is in the dark that remembers, and the hollows who refuse to forget. To understand Uria is to trace the story of Londor, the so-called Land of Hollows. Long before the events of Dark Souls III, when the fire began to fade and the Age of Dark loomed inevitable, there arose a city built upon rejection. Its founders were the disciples of the serpent Carter, the primordial whisperer who had promised mankind dominion over the world once the god's fire died. They took his prophecy as gospel and built their faith upon the belief that humanity's true destiny was not to serve the flame, but to reclaim it. Over centuries, this creed hardened into the teachings of the Sable Church. Its priests dressed in black, its cathedrals were buried beneath the ground, and its gospel was a simple one. The dark is not the enemy, it is our inheritance. Within this sect were born the three sisters of Londor, Uria, Liliane, and Elfrida. Each was a vessel of the dark's will, chosen to shepherd humanity toward its rightful dominion. Liliane, the eldest, was contemplative, a scholar of death's quiet rhythm. Elfrida, the middle sister, sought solitude and fled to the painted world, believing that peace could be found in isolation from both flame and dark. But Uria, the youngest, was made of sterner resolve. Where her sisters withdrew, she remained. She became the blade and voice of Londor's dream, the instrument through which humanity's rebellion would finally take form. Uria's loyalty is absolute, but her devotion is not blind. She does not worship the dark as a god, for in her eyes there are no gods left, only forces, cycles, and choices. She believes in humanity's strength to stand without divine aid, and she despises the very idea of subservience. When she calls the unkindled my lord, it is not submission, but recognition. To her, the chosen one is not savior, but symbol, a human who dares to claim what the gods have hoarded. Her first appearance is unassuming. She greets the unkindled in Firelink Shrine with the voice of a mourner addressing a grave. "Welcome, our Lord of Hollows," she says, though the title has not yet been earned. Her tone is reverent, but beneath it lies steel. "Thine journey hath begun. To claim the flame, to make it thine own. This is our wish, our vow." Her words are more prophecy than greeting, for she knows that the unkindled's path has already diverged from that of the gods. Through Yol of Londor's sacrifice, the dark sigils have been planted, and the seed of usurpation has begun to grow. Uria's guidance is not gentle. She does not comfort or console. She speaks with precision, each word a step toward inevitability. When the unkindled falters, she reminds them, "Thou art the rightful heir of Londor. Do not tarry, for the flame will fade with or without thee." To her, hesitation is sin, for it risks returning the fire to those unworthy to hold it. Yet beneath her severity lies something almost maternal, a fierce protectiveness born of loss. She has seen countless champions rise and fail, their courage consumed by doubt or divine deceit. Her faith in the unkindled is not just hope, it is desperation. Her relationship with the Firekeeper is one of quiet disdain. Though both serve the flame, they embody opposing truths. The Firekeeper tends the fire in reverence. Uria seeks to bend it in defiance. Their interactions, though brief, are laden with unspoken tension. When Uria speaks of her, her voice turns cold. That one would see thee serve the fire, would have thee burn like all before thee. Beware her kindness, for it masks the will of gods. To Uria, mercy is a chain forged in light. Her compassion is of another kind, the compassion that frees, even if it destroys. Uria's devotion to the unkindled deepens as their hollowing grows. In her eyes, the physical decay of the flesh, the pallid skin, the hollowed gaze, is not corruption but purification. To become hollow is to shed illusion, to reveal the soul beneath the mask of mortality. Thy form reflects thy truth, she whispers. Beautiful, is it not? A body unburdened by vanity. To her, hollowness is not loss but liberation, the final proof that the unkindled is ready to inherit the flame. Her ultimate act of loyalty is the orchestration of the usurpation itself. Through her, the unkindled meets the hollow bride, a nameless woman of Londor, whose role is both sacred and symbolic. The marriage ceremony, held in the crumbling depths beneath Lothric, is a grotesque inversion of divine union. The unkindled kneels before the corpse of the bride, placing their hand upon her chest to absorb her essence. In that act, two souls, two hollows, become one. It is not love as mortals understand it. It is the binding of wills, the merging of all humanity's fragments into a single vessel. Uria watches silently, her head bowed. When it is done, she whispers, "My lord, our hope lies within thee now." And should the unkindled survive the kiln and claim the black flame, Uria is the first to kneel. In the age of hollows, she is the voice that heralds its dawn. "At last," she says, her tone trembling with awe, "the fire is thine. All lords, now thy servants. The age of the gods is dead, and the age of man begins." Her joy is not triumph, but relief, the kind of joy that follows the end of unbearable waiting. For her, this moment is not conquest, it is homecoming. Yet Uria's victory is bittersweet. She does not live to see the fruits of the new age she births. Whether by time, by curse, or by the quiet dissolution of her purpose, she fades into the same dark she served. The firekeeper continues her vigil. The world shifts and changes, but Uria's voice falls silent. Only her words remain, echoing faintly in the hollow's dreams. "My lord, make of the fire what thou wilt. But remember, in the dark, all souls are one." Philosophically, Uria embodies the humanist spirit of dark souls, the belief that meaning can exist without divine order. Her doctrine rejects hierarchy, embracing the chaos of self-determination. Yet even this ideal contains its own trap. In replacing gods with humanity, she risks creating new gods in mortal image. Her devotion to the unkindled, though born of love for mankind, borders on worship. She cannot see that by crowning another lord, she has merely repainted the cycle in human colours. But perhaps she knows. Perhaps, beneath her certainty, there lies quiet resignation. A recognition that even humanity's victory will not escape the patterns of the cosmos. Her faith, then, is not in permanence, but in movement. If the cycle cannot be broken, let it be transformed. If the flame must burn, let it burn in human hands. It is said that in the endless twilight of the Hollow Age, pilgrims of Londor still gather in forgotten chapels, their faces veiled, their chants soft as dust. They do not call upon gods, nor light candles to the fire. Instead, they whisper Uria's name as a promise. "The dark remembers," they say, "and so shall we." And somewhere, in that boundless dusk, her voice answers, not as command, but as comfort. "Fear not the dark, my child. The flame is ours now." Far from the shrines of fire and the thrones of ash lies a realm hidden within canvas, a sanctuary for those who no longer belong to any world. Here, snow falls without end. The air is still, the sky pale, and time itself seems to rest beneath the frost. It is a place both eternal and fragile, where the lost and the forsaken find momentary peace before they too fade into the whiteness. This is the painted world of Arundel, a reflection of the world's longing to begin again. But even this sanctuary is not free from corruption, for within its silence stirs a familiar hunger. The hunger to preserve what must be allowed to die, and at the heart of it all sits Sister Elfrida, the eldest of the sisters of Londor, her faith turned to frost, her hope curdled into betrayal. The painted world was never meant to endure forever. It was conceived as refuge, a creation born from pity. The painter who wove its first threads sought to capture what the outer world could not sustain: purity, stillness, a beauty uncorrupted by flame or dark. Each brushstroke held a prayer, each flake of snow a fragment of mercy. But every painting must one day decay, for no world, real or imagined, can escape the entropy of thought. And when a painting rots, it does so from within, from memory, from love, from the refusal to let go. Elfrida came to this realm seeking peace. She had fled Londor long before the Unkindled's rise, carrying with her the weariness of endless conflict. Her sisters, Lilian and Uria, still believed in the hollow prophecy. But Elfrida had seen the cost of faith, the blood spilled in the name of salvation, the hollows consumed by zeal. She turned her back on their crusade and vanished into the snow. There she found Arundel, the father of the painted world, a being bound by guilt, whose tears had frozen into chains around the canvas itself. He longed to preserve the painting forever, to stop it from burning as the old one had. And in that longing, Elfrida saw her reflection. Together they became wardens of a dying dream. Arundel poured his own life into the paint, feeding it with his blood to keep its snows unbroken. Elfrida became his voice, his hands, his will. She donned the black robes of a nun, not as servant of the divine, but as mourner for the world's inevitable decay. To her followers, she preached silence, stillness, surrender. Let the snow cover all, she would say, and the pain shall cease. Under her watch, the inhabitants of the painting, the Corvian birds, the forlorn beasts, the wandering undead, fell into somnolent devotion. They stopped seeking warmth. They stopped seeking change. In the stillness of the painted winter, they mistook paralysis for peace. But the painting, like all things, began to rot. Beneath the white surface, the dark began to seep through. The snow turned red with hidden embers. The air grew heavy with ash, and the gentle quiet twisted into suffocating stagnation. The painting cried out for renewal, for fire to burn away its corruption and make way for new life. And so, a young painter appeared at its edge, dreaming of a new beginning. She was but a child, faceless and nameless, yet her heart burned with purpose. "When this one burns," she whispered, "I'll make another." To her, destruction was not tragedy, but cycle, an understanding older than the gods themselves. Elfrida could not bear it. She had built her sanctuary upon denial, upon the illusion that peace could be preserved without change. The idea of burning the painting, of ending even this pale refuge, filled her with terror. So she silenced the flame before it could be born. She extinguished the fires of Arundel's chapel, struck down those who sought to ignite it, and bound the Father himself in the chains of his own devotion. Together, they froze the painting in place, sealing it against time. The snow thickened, the cold deepened, and the world grew deathly still. By the time the Unkindled arrives, the painted world is a tomb disguised as paradise. The snow glows faintly in the dim light, and the wind hums with the voices of the lost. Corvians wander through the drifts, muttering prayers to a god who no longer answers. In the chapel, Sister Frida sits motionless, her form cloaked in shadow, her scythe resting beside her like a promise long kept. When she speaks, her words carry both grace and warning. "Thou art unkindled indeed," she says softly, her voice like a whisper over frost. "A visitor of sorts. To this painted world, be welcome." Yet beneath her calm lies a plea unspoken. Do not wake the flame. The unkindled's presence threatens the balance she has fought to maintain. They bring warmth into a world that fears it, movement into a place that survives by stillness. When they reach the chapel again, Elfrida's mask of gentleness shatters. "Leave us be," she hisses, rising from her seat. "The shackles are broken, the flame is faint. Let it be extinguished forever." Her scythe gleams, curved like the moon, and her robes unfold like wings. The battle that follows is a dance of grace and fury, her movements as fluid as the snow she commands. In the first phase, she fights alone, her strikes precise and cold, her body vanishing into the air as she reappears to strike from behind. But when she falls, Ariandel awakens. The Great Father, bound by love and guilt, shatters his chains and unleashes his own madness. His screams shake the chapel, his bowl of flame spilling molten blood across the floor. Together, they fight not to conquer, but to protect their delusion, a world preserved by fear. The fire consumes them both, their struggle turning the snow to steam. And when at last they fall, the painting breathes again. The wind shifts. The ash stirs. The young painter, waiting beyond the chapel, smiles faintly. "I'll make a new one," she says. "A cold and gentle world." Elfrida's death is not punishment, but release. She is a mirror of every soul who has ever feared change, every god who clung to light, every man who clung to memory. Her sin is not cruelty, but attachment. In trying to preserve peace, she denied life itself. Her betrayal is the betrayal of all who love too deeply to let go. Philosophically, the painted world serves as the reflection of the entire Dark Souls mythos. It is the universe in miniature. A world created to escape suffering, only to discover that even dreams decay. Elfrida's refusal to burn the painting mirrors Gwyn's refusal to let the fire die, and both lead to ruin. The young painter, in contrast, embodies renewal, the willingness to destroy in order to create. She understands what all others forget, that every piece must one day end so that another may begin. In the end, as the unkindled steps through the snow toward the painter's resting place, she speaks softly, her brush poised above the empty canvas. "When the fire fades, only the cold remains," she says. "But that's not so bad, is it? Cold is gentle, cold is kind." Her voice carries the faintest echo of Elfrida's, as though the sister's soul has not vanished entirely, but transformed. The snow falls heavier, muffling all sound. The painting begins to close. And somewhere within that endless white, Sister Elfrida kneels beneath the frozen trees, her scythe buried in the snow. Her eyes, once sharp with purpose, are calm. For the first time, she allows the cold to touch her without resistance. Perhaps, in this stillness, she has found what she sought. Not escape from the world, but acceptance of its impermanence. The snow continues to fall, soft and infinite. The painting dreams. And within that dream, even betrayal becomes forgiveness. Beyond the snows of the painted world, beyond even the ashes of the first flame, there is a horizon where time itself has grown thin, a place where the end of all ages converges into stillness. The sky is no longer blue nor grey, but the colour of a wound long since healed over. The earth beneath is dry, powdered with ash and fragments of what was once life. No cities remain, No gods, no bonfires. Only the echoes of footsteps, one set faint, the other unending. It is here, at the end of time, that the last chapter of Dark Souls III unfolds. And at the center of this dying world waits a man who has borne more than any mortal should. A knight bowed beneath eternity's weight. His name is Gale. Slave, knight, Gale. To the world that once was, he was nothing. A servant, a tool, a forgotten relic of an age that had already burned itself hollow. He fought for kings who no longer remembered his name, for gods who no longer deserved worship. His title, Slave Knight, was not metaphor. He carried the burden of endless war, fighting without cause or end, bound by duty even after the world had ceased to need him. Yet somewhere within that withered heart, a spark remained, not of faith, but of yearning. He longed for an answer to a question the fire had never been able to silence. What comes after all of this? Gale's final journey began not in the waking world, but within the painted world of Ariandel. He was the one who brought the unkindled to that place, the ragged knight who spoke softly by the dying bonfire. Ashen One, thou art the fire, for the flame not yet faded. Please, bring the flame to my lady's painting. His words were not command, but plea. He served the young painter who dreamed of creating a new world, a painting untouched by decay or divine ambition. But to create it, she required a pigment unlike any other, the blood of the dark soul. And so, Gale left the painted world and wandered into the desolation beyond. He followed the trace of that ancient blood, seeking the remnants of the pygmy lords, those first humans who once possessed the dark soul itself. What he found was not glory, but ruin. The world had ended. The sky had fallen. The oceans had turned to dust. The fire had long since died, and even the dark had grown weary. In this place of final silence, Gale walked alone through the skeletons of ages. His armor, once red with heraldry, grew darker with each step, stained by the blood of those he slew in desperation. He was not guided by pride, nor even hope, only by purpose, the last purpose the world would ever know. He found them at last, the pygmy lords, or what remained of them. Once, they had been the keepers of humanity's essence, the bearers of the dark soul's fragments. Now, they were nothing but husks, shriveled and dry, their essence drained by time and hunger. Gale fell to his knees before them, praying not for himself, but for the painter who still waited in her cold world. He begged for their blood, but they could not answer, for they had nothing left to give. So he took it by force. The act shattered what was left of him. As he tore their souls apart, their ancient blood poured over him. A liquid shadow, thick and endless, alive with memories of every age. The dark soul's essence coursed into his body, and something within him broke. The humanity he once bore, fragile and kind, was devoured by the hunger of the blood. It whispered to him in voices as old as the abyss itself, promising transcendence, demanding submission. He drank deeply, and with every drop, he lost another piece of himself. By the time the unkindled finds him again, he is no longer a man, but a vessel overflowing with the last god's remains. The final meeting takes place beneath a crimson sky. The sand is ash. The horizon is endless. At its center stands Gale, his cloak tattered, his sword heavy, his body trembling with exhaustion and power. When he sees the unkindled, there is recognition, not of rivalry, but of shared destiny. Ah, he rasps, voice barely human. One last time, my friend. The blood of the dark soul, it burns. He raises his blade, and the battle begins. It is not a duel of hatred, but of necessity. Gale has consumed too much. His body cannot contain the dark within. His mind has collapsed into instinct, driven only by the urge to complete his task. He must die, and his death must be by the hand of one who understands. The unkindled faces him not as enemy, but as mercy. The fight unfolds like a requiem. Gale moves with desperate ferocity, his sword leaving trails of red light in the air. His cloak flares like wings of ash, and every strike feels like the roar of a dying world. The sky above swirls with storm and blood, lightning without thunder. In his rage, Gale becomes more than mortal. He becomes the sum of all that humanity has endured. Every blow he delivers carries the grief of countless souls, every scream the echo of every fire that ever burned. In the later stages of battle, the sky itself weeps red. Gale collapses, then rises again, his body barely held together by the Dark Soul's residue. He bleeds light and shadow in equal measure, his form dissolving into fragments of memory. When he finally falls, he does not curse nor cry. He kneels, his sword planted before him, and whispers something lost to the wind. Perhaps a prayer, perhaps an apology. The red light fades from his armor, and for the first time, his body is still. When the unkindled approaches, Gale's blood continues to flow, shimmering like ink spilled upon eternity. It is the pigment he sought, the blood of the Dark Soul, pure and infinite. The player collects it, carrying the last remnant of humanity's essence back to the painted world. There, the young painter waits, her brush poised above the canvas. When she receives the blood, her eyes brighten. "Ah," she says softly, "I see. I will make a world of that color, a cold and gentle world." Gale's purpose, though born in servitude, becomes the final act of creation. His death gives birth to art. The blood he shed will paint a new reality, one freed from the tyranny of fire and dark alike. The painter's promise that she will create a new world becomes the closing chord of the Dark Soul's symphony. It is not an age of flame or shadow, but of expression, of something quietly human. Philosophically, Gale represents the ultimate transformation of servitude into sacrifice. He is the echo of every knight who ever fought for masters unworthy, yet in his final act, he becomes something greater. In consuming the blood of the Dark Soul, he absorbs the world's memory, its pain, its beauty, its futility. When he falls, that burden passes to another. In this way, Gale becomes both end and beginning, the last vessel of history, whose death allows meaning to be reborn in a new form. The world he dies in is not empty. It is sacred. The silence after his fall is not absence, but reverence. Even the air seems to mourn him, the red light fading into the gentlest dusk. The unkindled stands alone in the wasteland, the wind carrying only the soft whisper of sand and memory. And in that moment, the player understands what the flame, the dark, and all the gods never could. That meaning does not reside in eternity, but in the act of passing it on. As the camera fades to black, one can almost hear Gale's voice again, faint but peaceful. For the painter, my lady, the blood of the Dark Soul. His final words are not for himself, but for creation, for art, for renewal. In that, he achieves what no god ever did. He gives his death to something that will live. And so, the story that began with fire ends not with light nor shadow, but with color. At the end of all things, when the last god has fallen and the final night has bled upon the sand, there remains only one figure still untouched by ruin. She is small, barefoot, her robes stained with ash and pigment. Her hair is pale as moonlight, her eyes calm and unafraid. She is the painter, the nameless girl who will inherit what no deity could preserve. In her hands, she holds a brush made from the bones of angels and the blood of man. With it, she will create a new world, not a world of fire, not of dark, but of something quiet, something true. Her presence in the Dark Souls mythos is understated, and yet she embodies the culmination of its entire philosophy. Where gods ruled through flame and mortals fought through despair, she creates. Her art is neither rebellion nor submission. It is remembrance. The painted girl does not seek to conquer what came before. She simply begins again, guided by the only truth left in a world that has exhausted all others, that even when everything ends, beauty endures. When the unkindled returns from the desolation of the ringed city, carrying the blood of the dark soul, the air in the painted world is different. The snow still falls, soft and endless. But there is warmth now, a faint glow beneath the frost, as though the world itself is beginning to stir. The painter greets the unkindled with that same quiet wonder she always held. "Ah, thou art back," she says, voice hushed as a prayer. "I see the blood. How it burns." She looks down at the flask, at the swirling red that seems alive, and her lips curve into a smile not of joy, but understanding. "I will make a world of that colour," she whispers. "A cold and gentle world." The phrase lingers, strange and tender, cold and gentle. It is not the language of gods or philosophers, but of artists, of one who sees the patterns beneath the suffering, who understands that creation and destruction are not opposites, but mirrors. In her hands, the blood of the dark soul, the very essence of humanity's darkness, becomes pigment. What others saw as corruption, she sees as depth. What others feared as void, she recognizes as possibility. The painter's task is not to resurrect the old world, but to compose something new from its ashes. Her brush moves slowly, reverently, as though afraid to disturb the silence. Around her, the snow glows faintly with crimson hues, as if the blood's memory has already begun to seep into the canvas. She hums softly while she works, a tune without melody, something that sounds older than time. The world she paints will not be free from sorrow, but it will not deny it either. It will be a place where life and death coexist without hierarchy, where light does not demand devotion and darkness does not demand fear. To understand the significance of her creation, one must first grasp what the blood of the dark soul represents. When the Pygmy Lords first found the dark soul in the dawn of the world, they divided it among their kin, birthing humanity. Each human soul carries within it a fragment of that ancient darkness, a spark of individuality, of creativity, of imperfection. The gods called it curse, for it resisted their control. But in truth, it was freedom. The dark soul is not evil. It is potential, unbound by law. It is the same force that allows men to love, to despair, to build, and to dream. When Gale consumed that blood, he became its vessel, the last to carry its truth. When the unkindled delivered it to the painter, the blood was no longer rage or madness. It was distilled memory, purified by sacrifice. In her hands, it becomes art. The cycle of fire and dark, of life and decay, of creation and destruction, is transmuted into something beyond both tragedy and triumph. Through art, the soul of man achieves what the gods could not, a peace that does not require conquest. In this way, the painter becomes the quiet god of a new world, not through power, but through gentleness. Her authority is not one of rule, but of vision. The world she creates is an extension of her heart, a place where even hollows might rest, where the ashes of all who came before find meaning as colour, form, and texture. It is a world not of commandments, but of compassion. And yet, as serene as her work appears, there is melancholy beneath it. The painter knows that her creation too will one day decay. Every painting, no matter how perfect, must fade. That knowledge does not sadden her. It inspires her. "When this one burns," she once said, "I'll make another." It is not vanity that drives her. It is continuity. She accepts impermanence as part of the design. In her eyes, every ending is a kind of beginning, and every beginning already carries its own end. This understanding is the purest wisdom the Dark Souls universe has ever known. She paints not from memory, but from essence. The blood of the Dark Soul imbues her world with humanity itself, the quiet ache of existence, the longing for connection, the beauty of fragility. Her creation will not be a paradise, for paradise denies suffering. It will not be a hell, for hell denies hope. It will be balance, a harmony of opposites, a place where snow falls upon flowers, where death walks beside life without fear, where all that was lost becomes part of the whole. Philosophically, the painter represents the final evolution of the cycle. The gods sought to preserve the fire, humanity sought to possess it. The painter does neither. She transforms it. Through her, creation ceases to be act of domination and becomes act of understanding. Her art is the reconciliation of flame and dark, the manifestation of coexistence through beauty. She does not need worship or war, for her power is not control, but interpretation. The painted world is not her kingdom. It is her conversation with eternity. And yet, her world is not without danger. It is said that deep within every painting, corruption eventually takes root. Beauty, no matter how pure, invites decay. The painter knows this, and still she paints. Her courage lies not in defiance, but in acceptance. The acceptance that every act of creation is also an act of surrender. She will one day watch her masterpiece crumble, and when it does, she will pick up her brush again. The cycle will continue, not out of necessity, but out of love. As the unkindled stands beside her, watching the first strokes of her new world take shape, there is no music, only the faint sound of snow falling and brush meeting canvas. The horizon glows faintly with the red of distant embers, but they no longer threaten to consume. They simply illuminate, soft and low. The painter does not look back at the unkindled. She doesn't need to. "Thank thee," she whispers. "This world will be gentle, I promise." In that promise lies the quiet resolution of the entire saga. For after fire and dark have exhausted their struggle, after gods and men alike have burned themselves to ash, it is gentleness that remains. The smallest gesture, the creation of something beautiful for its own sake, becomes the ultimate defiance against oblivion. The unkindled turns to leave, their footsteps vanishing into the snow. Behind them, the girl continues to paint, her world unfolding stroke by stroke. The air hums with possibility. The snow begins to glow faintly, reflecting colours unseen in any previous age. The painting lives, and as the screen fades to white, her voice lingers, calm and serene, cold and gentle. That's how it shall be. The fire is gone. The dark is silent. But colour remains. Beyond the ruins of kingdoms and the dying echo of the kiln lies a place where history itself has gone to sleep. It is a city at the world's end, sealed away from the gaze of gods and men alike. A place of twilight and burial, where the sky glows faintly with the dim reflection of forgotten suns. The ringed city, they call it. Built by the gods to imprison the first of humanity, it stands as both cradle and tomb of the dark soul. Its towers lean beneath the weight of ages, its streets paved in dust and memory. Here, at the bottom of time, the last truths of the world remain hidden, unmoved, unchanging, waiting for one who will dare to look. The ringed city was not born of creation, but of fear. When Gwyn and his pantheon discovered the dark soul in the hands of the pygmy lords, they understood what it meant. The dark belonged to humanity, and humanity would one day surpass them. So they built a prison disguised as paradise. Deep beneath the earth, within a cocoon of divine protection, they placed the pygmy lords, the first humans, the bearers of the abyssal flame. Around them, they constructed the ringed city, a labyrinth of stone and sanctity. At its gates, they stationed the ringed knights, warriors clad in black armor that burned with fire meant to repel the dark. Above all, they sealed the city with a promise. The flame would endure, and the dark would never rise again. But the gods' promises always unravel. As the ages turned and the fire began to fade, the ringed city decayed with it. The once holy walls cracked, the dragons that circled its skies fell silent, and the divine seal weakened. The pygmy lords, forgotten even by their captors, withered into husks, tiny shriveled beings who no longer remembered the glory of their inheritance. Yet within their dying forms still pulsed fragments of the dark soul, glimmering like coals beneath ash. They waited, perhaps not in hope, but in habit, for someone to reclaim what the gods had stolen. When the unkindled arrives, they descend into a world that no longer pretends to be alive. The air is thick with dust, the sky tinted by the last light of the setting sun. The sound of wind through hollow spires replaces the music of creation. The path is treacherous, winding through the remains of civilizations that collapsed upon one another. Angels, the remnants of divine experiments, drift aimlessly in the air, their wings made of light that no longer knows its source. The once proud knights of the ringed city wander in silence, their eyes smouldering with embers of duty that no longer serve a god. At the city's heart lies Filianore, the slumbering princess. She is the last illusion of the gods, a divine mirage meant to preserve the lie of time. Her sleep sustains the illusion of the world itself. Around her bed, light still dances, and the sands have not yet turned to ash. But when the unkindled approaches and touches her cracked egg, the veil shatters. The light dies, the sky falls away. The illusion collapses into truth. What follows is revelation. The unkindled awakens in the same city, but stripped of all pretense. The air is still, the sun black, the land flattened into a sea of dust. The ringed city has reached its true state, the end of time. The walls are buried beneath sand, the towers broken, the very air unmoving. All that remains are the shadows of those who lingered too long, the spirits of the dead, still performing rituals long since forgotten. And, in the distance, something stirs. This is where the unkindled finds Gale. At the end of his long journey, his armor blackened, his body swollen with the blood of the dark soul. Around him lie the corpses of the pygmy lords he has consumed, their essence spilling across the sand in crimson waves. The cycle that began in fear ends in hunger. Gale, once servant, now monster, has devoured the last gods and the first men alike. In him, the fire and the dark have finally merged. Not in balance, but in madness. His struggle is the world's struggle, the endless consumption of itself in the name of meaning. The battle between the unkindled and Gale is not merely physical, it is symbolic, the last contest between inheritance and understanding, between the old world's desire to persist and the new world's readiness to end. As the unkindled defeats Gale, the blood he sought spills freely into the sand, and the dark soul, at long last, returns to the world that denied it. What began with the gods' theft ends with humanity's reclamation. The ringed city, once prison, becomes cradle again. And yet, the victory is not triumphant. When the dust settles, the unkindled stands alone, in a land that has outlived even its own meaning. The pygmy lords are gone, their line extinguished. The gods are dead. The fire has faded. Only the blood remains, a river of red winding through the pale desert, glimmering faintly beneath the dim light. It is beautiful in a way, because it is final. Philosophically, the ringed city is the most complete image of the Dark Souls universe. A civilization built to hide the truth, sustained by denial, and undone by the very thing it sought to suppress. It is the ultimate monument to fear, the fear of change, of darkness, of impermanence. The gods built walls to contain the dark, but those walls became their tomb. The pygmies clung to memory, but memory turned to dust. The knights fought without purpose, their armor burning against shadows that no longer moved. The city endured, but endurance without transformation is decay. The act of waking Filianori is, therefore, both sin and salvation. It destroys the illusion that keeps the world alive, but in doing so, it frees reality from its own falsehood. Her cracked egg is a symbol older than flame, a vessel that must be broken for new life to emerge. The moment it shatters, time itself dies, but in that death lies clarity. The end of illusion is the beginning of truth. After the fall of Gale, the unkindled carries the blood of the dark soul back to the painter. The ringed city vanishes into legend, its towers swallowed by sand, its gates closed forever. No one will find it again, for it no longer exists within the world of the living. But its memory lingers, in the pigment, in the brush, in the quiet hum of creation. The painter's world will contain it, transformed and gentle, its suffering reborn as beauty. The ringed city, then, is not a place, but a revelation. It is the final layer of the world's soul peeled back to reveal what was always beneath. That there was never a war between fire and dark, only the fear of letting one become the other. The gods, the hollows, the painters, the knights, all are expressions of that fear and of the fragile hope that meaning can survive the end. When the unkindled finally turns away from the ruins, there is no triumph, only stillness. The wind moves faintly through the sand, and in it, the faintest whisper. Perhaps Filianor's, perhaps the echo of the dark itself. Sleep now. The dream is over. The ringed city remains as memory, an eternal monument to the futility of walls and the quiet grace of endings. In the twilight, between the last age and the next, beyond the veil of every known truth, there sleeps a goddess who dreams the world alive. Filianora, daughter of Gwyn, guardian of the ringed city, lies motionless upon her bed of white cloth, her hands folded upon an egg as luminous as the moon. Around her, the light never fades. The sand does not stir. The city breathes, but does not move. And for as long as she dreams, time itself obeys her stillness. Filianor's slumber is not mere rest. It is the last illusion that sustains the dying cosmos. Her father's fire is long gone, his gods reduced to ash, yet her dream remains as the faint echo of his will. When Gwyn linked the first flame, he ensured that the world would never be free of its own cycles. Filianore's task was to preserve that illusion for as long as possible, to stretch a moment of false light into eternity. She is, in essence, the world's last mercy and its final prison. The ringed city exists only because she sleeps. Her dream holds it together like a painting refusing to fade. The nights still march, the towers still gleam, the dragons still circle, all because Filianor has never opened her eyes. Beneath her illusion, the true world lies waiting, barren, scorched, and silent. The light she casts is not sunlight, but memory, a reflection of what once was, projected upon the fabric of death. When the unkindled finds her, they approach not a living goddess, but a ghost of faith. Her form is still, her breath inaudible, her beauty haunting rather than divine. Around her, the air hums softly, resonant with the vibration of a world sustained by denial. Her egg glows faintly, pulsing with the rhythm of her dream. The unkindled reaches out, not in malice, but in curiosity, and touches the shell. The illusion shatters instantly. The sound it makes is not explosion, but sigh. A deep, ancient exhalation as the dream releases itself. The light collapses inward, the golden glow of the ringed city darkening to rust. The sky, once brilliant with false day, dims into grey. When vision returns, the transformation is complete. The city has become ruin, the world reduced to ash. The sun above is black, a dying ember hanging in a void sky. The wind no longer carries warmth. What was once endless is now utterly finite. The act of waking Filianora is the moment when the Dark Souls universe reveals its last truth. That time itself has been an illusion maintained by the fear of endings. Every age of fire, every reign of gods, every war fought in the name of preservation, all of it existed within her dream. The world was never reborn. It was simply reimagined, over and over, by those who could not bear its death. Her slumber was the veil stretched across the abyss, a mercy for a race too fragile to look directly into eternity. The cracked egg she held symbolizes both womb and tomb. Within it lay the last remnant of her illusion, the final echo of the flame's false light. When it breaks, she too fades, not violently, but gently, dissolving like mist into the air. Her body remains, but her essence, her dream, scatters into nothing. The illusion of time ends, and the world is revealed as it truly is, a wasteland where only memory moves. In this revelation, the meaning of Filianor's existence becomes painfully clear. She was never meant to save the world, only to soothe it, to give it one last beautiful lie before the silence. Her dream allowed the remnants of gods and men to linger a little longer, to believe that purpose still existed, and perhaps that mercy was not cruelty, but compassion. For even false light can comfort those who live in darkness. Philosophically, Filianor embodies the final contradiction of Dark Souls. That illusion is both prison and grace. Without her dream, the world ends. Within it, the world never truly lives. She represents the human need for meaning, even when that meaning is false. Her slumber is the metaphorical heartbeat of all existence, the unconscious refusal to face impermanence. When she awakens, that heartbeat stops, and in its silence lies truth. In the lore of the ringed city, Filianor's sleep was revered as divine protection. The ringed knights, sworn to her service, believed that her dreams sustained the order of time itself. Their armor, forged from blackened flame, burned eternally to keep the abyss at bay. But as the centuries passed, even their faith began to hollow. They fought without understanding, bled without purpose, guarding a goddess who never spoke. When the unkindled encounters them, they fight not as servants of light, but as relics of devotion, automatons repeating rituals whose meaning died long ago. Their faith, like their city, exists only within Filianor's dream. When the dream ends, so do they. The land the unkindled awakens into is the true world. The world after gods, after flame, after illusion. The sky is an open wound, the earth cracked and pale. The only sound is the wind dragging the sand across stone. In the distance, the outline of the ringed city remains, but it is a skeleton of itself, its towers half buried, its gates collapsed. The dragons that once soared above now lie in heaps of bone, their wings broken. The knights have turned to statues, their armor filled with dust. All motion has ceased, except for one, Slave Knight, gale, crawling across the horizon, driven by the last purpose the dream left behind. Filianora's disappearance marks the true beginning of the end. Her broken illusion frees the world, but in doing so, strips it bare of every comfort. The unkindled is now the last conscious being in existence, walking through the remains of a dream that had lasted since the first fire was kindled. There are no more gods to obey, no more thrones to fill, no more cycles to continue. The silence is absolute, and yet, within it, there is an unexpected peace. In a way, Filianora's act of sleeping, of refusing to awaken, was not selfish, but sacrificial. She bore the world's denial so that others might rest within it. Her dream was not deception, but a gift, a final kindness from a divine being who understood that truth, unfiltered, can be unbearable. When she finally opens her eyes, it is not anger or sorrow that ends the illusion, but acceptance. She lets go of the dream because she must. In her awakening, the world finds closure. The unkindled's encounter with Filianore is brief, but its implications are infinite. To touch her egg is to wake the cosmos. It is to strip away the veil that has shielded every soul since the dawn of fire. It is the moment humanity stops dreaming and sees itself clearly, not as cursed nor chosen, but simply finite. Philosophically, Filianore's awakening is the enlightenment that all of Dark Souls has circled toward. The moment when the player, like the unkindled, recognizes that every act of preservation, every sacrifice, every cycle was built upon the same illusion. Time itself was never eternal. It was only belief made flesh. Her dream is the story of the world, and its end is the awakening from that story. As the unkindled walks through the endless grey, past the corpses of gods and the shadows of humanity's past, the world feels both empty and complete. There is nothing left to save, but nothing left to lose. Filianore's dream has ended, but her mercy lingers, in the silence, in the stillness, in the faint light that still clings to the horizon. It is the soft afterglow of illusion, neither false nor true, but necessary. And when the wind shifts, carrying the faint sound of her last breath, it almost sounds like words. Rest now, my children. The dream is over. The world is yours to sleep. Beneath the ruins of every kingdom, behind the rise and fall of gods, the slither beings older than any fire, and more patient than any darkness. They are the primordial serpents, ancient, ageless, born from the abyss that existed before the first flame was kindled. In their hollow eyes flickers neither faith nor fear, only the glimmer of understanding that surpasses both. They do not serve the gods, nor do they serve man. They serve only the pattern, the inevitable rhythm of rise and fall. To some, they are prophets, to others, deceivers, but in truth, they are the silent chroniclers of the endless cycle, whispering to each generation that what is will always become what was. Of these serpents, 2 have names remembered in half-forgotten prayers and curses: Frampt, the King-Seeker, and Carthy, the Darkstalker. Both claim to know the truth of the world, both promise purpose to those who have none, and both twist truth into shape until it fits the will of whoever listens. They are not opposites, as men often imagine, but reflections, 2 coils of the same body, winding endlessly around the heart of the first flame. In the age of Lord Gwyn, when the fire still blazed with divine arrogance, Frampt served the gods openly. His voice was honey over stone, his smile a parody of warmth. Become a lord, he urged. Link the fire and preserve the age of light. To the weary souls of men, his words sounded like salvation. He offered them the illusion of importance, that by sacrificing themselves to the fire, they might become something greater. Yet beneath his promise lay an ancient cunning. Frampt did not seek preservation out of love for the gods, but out of fear. He knew that if the flame died, his place in the world would die with it. The serpents, too, depended on disparity, the tension between light and dark that birthed their existence. To end that cycle would be to erase them. And so, he whispered lies that would keep the wheel turning. Carthy, his twin in intent if not in method, slithered in the shadows of the same age, whispering a different truth. To him, Gwyn's dominion was theft, the god's fire a stolen inheritance. Reject the fire, he told the humans. Claim the dark that is yours, and usher in the age of man. His words, like Framt's, promised purpose. But his rebellion was not freedom. It was simply another face of control. For Carter did not love humanity. He merely recognized its use. Where Frampt sought to prolong the age of fire through devotion, Carter sought to perpetuate it through opposition. Both understood that the cycle could never truly end so long as belief endured. One maintained faith in light, the other in shadow, and together they ensured that both remained bound. Throughout the ages, their influence ebbed and flowed like the tide. When the fire grew strong, Frampt's voice grew louder. When the fire waned, Carter's whispers spread through the hollows. They are the unseen architects of history, the manipulators of every prophecy and pilgrimage. It was Carter who guided the Abyss Walkers, teaching them to harness the dark and thus to become its prisoners. It was Frampt who comforted the dying gods, urging them to kindle the fire again. They were never enemies, only partners in opposition, a perfect symmetry of deceit. By the time of Lothric, their presence has become faint, their forms nearly forgotten. Yet their schemes remain woven through the world's bones. The Firelink shrine itself is their triumph, a place built upon the endless repetition of the same lie. Every unkindled who rises, every soul who seeks the flame, walks the path they prepared. They no longer need to speak. Their whisper has become instinct. Humanity itself perpetuates their design, unable to imagine a world without the polarity they represent. But in the Age of Hollows, a change stirs. The serpent's patience, long as eternity, begins to tremble. For the first time, a human does not merely obey or reject the fire. They claim it. The usurpation of fire is the one act they could not predict. It fulfills Carther's prophecy and defies it at once. The flame becomes humanity's possession, not its oppressor. And yet, even in this moment of supposed liberation, the serpent's laughter can be heard beneath the silence. For what is possession but another form of bondage? In taking the fire, the Lord of Hollows fulfills the very pattern the serpents desired. A ruler, a new age, a new cycle. The names have changed, but the melody remains the same. The serpents smile, for even when forgotten, their work continues. Humanity's triumph is their greatest success, the transformation of rebellion into repetition. Philosophically, the serpents represent the self-awareness of the Dark Souls universe, the part of existence that knows it is trapped, yet refuses to escape. They are the voice in every human heart that insists meaning can be found only through opposition, that peace without conflict is void, that light without shadow is blindness. They feed upon tension, upon the belief that there must always be a struggle. In their wisdom lies madness, for they understand that to end the cycle would be to end identity itself. It is easy to despise them, to call them deceivers, but they are only reflections of mankind's own mind. The need to define oneself through struggle, to measure good against evil, light against dark. These are the serpent's true domains. They whisper because they are inside us, their words echoing through every choice that demands an opposite. Frampt and Carter are not creatures. They are archetypes, the twin desires that shape all creation. The yearning to continue and the yearning to control. Their physical disappearance in the later ages is not death, but fulfillment. The world no longer needs them to speak, because the flame and the dark have internalized their voice. Every firekeeper who prays to the flame, every hollow who curses the gods, carries their echo. They are the myth made flesh, the concept that became reality, and then dissolved back into it. And yet, there is one place where their presence might still linger. Deep beneath the roots of the ringed city, beneath the sand where even light forgets to shine, there are whispers said to come from cracks in the stone. If one listens closely, one might hear two voices, one soft and grave, the other sharp and sly, conversing in tones beyond language. They do not speak of gods or men, but of time itself, discussing whether the next world will rise from flame, or from ash, or from something else entirely. Perhaps they are still waiting, watching the painter's brush. Perhaps they are wondering whether her creation will free them at last, or trap them again in another beautiful lie. The serpent's story has no ending, because they are the embodiment of continuation. So long as someone believes in purpose, they exist. So long as someone seeks to name truth, they whisper. They are the sigh that follows every revelation, the shadow that clings to every light. And perhaps that is their secret mercy. For if they were to vanish, if the world were truly freed of their pattern, there would be only silence, and in silence, no story at all. So the serpents endure, unseen, unending. The fire burns, the dark stirs, the painter's hand moves, and somewhere, deep below the roots of creation, two ancient voices murmur in unison. So it begins again. All stories told in the world of Dark Souls circle back to the same image. A flame flickering against the dark, wavering, yet never entirely gone. It is the first thing the world ever knew, and the last thing it remembers. Every hero, every god, every hollowed soul has lived beneath its glow. And yet, for all its radiance, the flame was never meant to last forever. It was meant to fade, to give way to silence, to darkness, to the natural order of things. What followed its birth was not destiny, but defiance. And in that defiance, humanity found both purpose and curse. To understand the cycles of this universe, we must remember that the first flame was not creation. It was division. Before it, there was nothing but a single endless grey. No life, no death, no light, no shadow. The flame brought disparity into existence, and from disparity came meaning. To live became to die. To rise became to fall. The gods, born from the light within the flame, ruled over this new order. The humans, born from its dark, became its shadow. But both were parts of the same truth. One cannot exist without the other. The tragedy of the Dark Souls mythos lies in the refusal to accept that truth. Gwyn, father of light, could not bear the thought of an age without his fire. In linking the flame, he postponed the inevitable, but he also corrupted it. What was once natural became cyclical, a loop of birth and decay, sustained not by balance, but by fear. The gods' reign depended on the fire's endurance, and so they condemned all who came after to feed it with their lives. Each new age of flame became dimmer than the last, each sacrifice less willing. And when the last cinder flickered out, the dark returned, not as evil, but as consequence. Humanity's struggle was never against the dark itself, but against its meaning. The dark was called curse because it revealed what the flame tried to hide: the futility of permanence, the beauty of impermanence. In every age, humanity has stood at the threshold of this revelation, choosing again and again to either rekindle or reject. Yet, each choice leads back to the same beginning. Whether one lights the fire or lets it die, the cycle continues, not because it must, but because beings cannot stop believing that it must. To break the cycle, then, would not mean to destroy the flame or the dark, but to transcend the need for either. The Firelink shrine, the kiln, the ringed city, all are mirrors reflecting the same inner struggle, man's longing for meaning and his fear of nothingness. The flame is the illusion of purpose, and the dark is the freedom from it. The serpent's whisper of destiny, the gods demand faith, and the hollows wander between them, lost not because they lack purpose, but because they have seen through it. In this sense, every ending in Dark Souls 3 represents a philosophy, a response to existence itself. The linking of the fire is the path of denial, a choice to believe that meaning lies in preservation. The end of fire is acceptance, a surrender to the natural dissolution of things. The usurpation of fire is rebellion, the assertion that humanity can create its own purpose. And the painted world birthed from the blood of the dark soul is transcendence, the act of transforming destruction into creation. Each path is valid, and each is incomplete. None is final. The cycles persist because they are reflections of the human soul. To be human is to create pattern, to find rhythm in chaos. We call it history, faith, art. The flame and the dark are metaphors for the same impulse, to shape the void into something comprehensible. Even when the world ends, the instinct to continue remains. That is why, at the close of every age, a new one is born. The fire dies, but in its ashes lies memory, and memory is a kind of light. Yet there is a quiet revelation buried beneath this repetition. Perhaps the cycle is not punishment, but compassion. The universe, in its endless turning, grants each age the chance to see itself anew, to fail differently, to hope differently. Each linking of fire, each fading into dark, is an experiment in meaning. And in those brief intervals of awareness, life arises, fragile, fleeting, and luminous. Consider the unkindled, who awakens in a tomb of forgotten heroes. They are not chosen by fate, nor blessed by gods. They are remnants, the discarded ash of previous ages. And yet it is they, not the divine, who reach the end. It is humanity, stripped of grandeur, that carries the flame's final burden. This inversion is the heart of Dark Souls philosophy. Divinity decays, but humanity endures. Not through power, but through persistence, through the ability to suffer and still move forward, even without promise. In this way, the cycle is not entirely tragic. It is an expression of resilience. Every time the fire fades, something remains, a whisper, a fragment, a dream. The painter's world, built from the blood of the dark soul, is the culmination of this endurance. It is humanity's answer to the gods. Where they sought to preserve, we create. Where they feared the end, we transform it. The cycle may continue, but its tone changes, its rhythm softens. It becomes not a prison, but a melody, one that repeats not out of despair, but because repetition itself is beautiful. Still, beneath this beauty lies melancholy. To understand the cycle is to recognize that it has no destination. There will always be another dawn, another dusk, another fire to link or to let die. The realization can be unbearable. It strips away hope as easily as it strips away fear. But within that void lies peace, the peace of acceptance. To see the world as it is, without illusion, is not to fall into despair, but to awaken into gentleness. The painter understood this when she said her new world would be cold and kind. Cold because it accepts impermanence. Kind because it no longer punishes it. In the final vision of the dark soul's mythos, we stand not in fire, nor in dark, but in colour, a spectrum formed from both, the crimson of Gale's blood, the ivory of Elfrida's snow, the gold of Gwyn's fading light, all merge into something softer, something human. The universe no longer demands worship or war. It simply invites reflection. The cycle is no longer a curse, but a canvas. Philosophically, this is the heart of what From Software built. A cosmology of endings that teaches how to live. In the quiet rhythm of its repetition lies a truth that all mortals eventually face. That we burn, we fade, we return, and in doing so, we become art. The flame is not life, nor is the dark death. They are gestures of the same eternal breath, and in that breath lies everything beautiful, everything painful, everything that makes existence worth enduring. So when the next unkindled rises, and the next age begins, there will be no revelation waiting, only the same questions, the same paths, the same soft fire trembling in the dark. But maybe, just maybe, that is enough. For in the persistence of the question lies the soul's only true immortality, and as the fire flickers once more, the world exhales, not in fear, but in understanding. The story ends where it began, in silence. No gods remain to speak, no kings to command, no fire to beckon. Only the whisper of wind through ash, the sound of something small beginning again. The first flame has long since faded. The ringed city has crumbled into dust, and even the stars have grown dim. Yet in the midst of this quiet, there is still motion. A brush sliding across canvas, a heartbeat steady and soft. Somewhere beyond the ruins of the old world, the painter works. Her hand moves slowly, patiently, guided not by ambition, but by memory. She paints not to preserve, but to understand. Her world is forming in shades unseen before, colours neither of flame nor shadow, but of something gentler. The pigment she uses is the blood of the dark soul, the same substance that once corrupted kings and consumed gods. In her art, it becomes something new. What was once called abyss now swirls with warmth. What was once feared as dark now shines with quiet light. Her strokes are careful, each one a prayer whispered to no one in particular. Cold and gentle, she murmurs. That's how it shall be. Around her, there is no firelight, no divine radiance. The glow that fills the air is soft and internal, as if the world itself is remembering what it means to exist. Snow falls beyond her walls, not as omen, but as rhythm. The cold does not bite, it soothes. She hums as she paints, her voice carrying the faint echo of every soul that ever lived. Within her song are the fragments of all that came before, the sorrow of the firekeeper, the courage of the unkindled, the madness of Gale, the longing of Uria, the mercy of Filianore. Every ending breathes again within her melody, not as tragedy, but as tone. The world she creates is not perfect, its beauty lies in its imperfection. The land she paints is uneven, its horizon unfinished. The rivers do not flow straight, the trees grow in directions that defy symmetry. Even the light flickers, uncertain. But there is life within it, small, persistent life. In the distance, a figure walks through her snow, faceless and hollow, leaving footprints that fade quickly behind. She smiles faintly as she paints them. The cycle continues, but quietly, softly, without demand. Perhaps this is what it means to be free. In the old ages, freedom was sought in conquest, in defiance of gods or flames. But those who fought for it always found themselves trapped again. Their victories fossilized into new laws. Their rebellions crystallized into new prisons. The painter's freedom is different. It is not a breaking, but a loosening. In her world, nothing is forced to last. The snow may melt, the sky may change, the painting itself may one day decay. But for as long as it exists, it is enough. The beauty lies in its impermanence. The dark soul's mythos, seen from this quiet vantage, reveals itself not as a story of despair, but of patience. Every age that burned, every kingdom that fell was a brushstroke leading to this moment. The gods sought eternity through fire, but only humanity, fragile, imperfect humanity, found it through art. The act of creation, even in a dying world, becomes the truest defiance against oblivion. Where faith demanded sacrifice and war demanded blood, art asks only for remembrance. The unkindled's journey ends not in victory, but in contribution. Their struggles, their deaths, their endless resurrections were not meaningless. They were the preparation of pigment, the gathering of colour from ash. When they brought Gale's blood to the painter, they unknowingly gave the universe its final gift, the ability to express itself anew. Their purpose was never to save the world, but to deliver it back into creation's hands. And in that act, they became something greater than chosen. They became remembered. As the painting nears completion, the air around the girl begins to shimmer. The world outside grows faint, as though her creation is beginning to overwrite reality itself. The canvas stretches, its borders fading, and for a moment it feels as though the listener, the player, the unkindled, has stepped into her art. The snow falls thicker. The sky folds gently inward. The wind slows, becoming a lullaby. It is the sound of the old world's heartbeat settling into sleep. Philosophically, this ending is the resolution of the series' grand question: what lies beyond the need for continuation? When every fire has burned out, and every truth has dissolved into ash, what remains? The answer, quietly, is creation. The cycle of fire and dark was never a curse, only an incomplete sentence. The painter finishes it not with words, but with colour. She teaches that existence need not be justified by victory, nor measured by endurance. To create, even knowing it will fade, is to accept the fullness of being. Her brush slows. The last stroke falls into place. She steps back, tilting her head, as if listening to something beyond the silence. The painting before her glows softly, alive but fragile. For a moment she simply watches it, her eyes reflecting the hues she has brought forth. Blue and crimson, gold and grey, merging like dusk and dawn. It is not a new world in the sense of a fresh beginning, but a reflection. A world aware of its own ephemerality, content to exist only as long as it is seen. And somewhere, far within that painting, something stirs. A faint light flickers in the distance. A figure rises, uncertain, their steps slow and deliberate. They look up at the sky, a sky without sun or star, and the faintest trace of warmth touches their hollowed face. The cycle continues, but it is no longer burdened by fear. It continues because continuation is beautiful. The painter watches, smiling, softly. She places her brush aside, her work complete for now. Outside, the snow begins to fall faster, the flakes large and luminous. They whisper as they land, each one carrying the faintest echo of an age long past. Fire, dark, ash, dream, all blending into one endless hush. She turns away from her painting, her silhouette framed by the soft glow of her creation. "Thank thee, Ashen One," she whispers, voice distant yet intimate. "Rest now. The world will take care of itself." the sound fades. The canvas fills the screen, the colors shifting gently, alive with movement. Then the light dims, and all becomes still. The world has not been saved, nor destroyed. It has been understood. And in that understanding, at last, the Dark Souls saga finds peace. For beyond fire and dark, beyond gods and serpents, beyond life and death, there will always remain the same quiet truth, the same fragile dream that began it all. Ash becomes color. Color becomes memory. And memory, eternal, becomes art. The cycle continues, but this time it hums softly, almost like a lullaby. The dream of ash and color endures.